Chapter 622. Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Supreme Red Lotus, who was enveloped by the Red Lotus shadow, frowned slightly. She looked at her clansman who was creating a secret technique seriously and instantly lost his breath. Especially Tao Lord Tuoyi, who she had high hopes for, had also fallen. This made her expression change slightly, not looking too good. Failed. Who obtained the Eight Clouds inheritance? Is it the human race of the Fourth Universe? Or Great Sky? Or some other lucky force? Supreme Red Lotus valued this inheritance very much, because there were still some legends about the Eight Clouds in the world she lived in. One could imagine how powerful this inheritance was. This was an inheritance that had shone through countless eons. Even if it was separated by a long river of time, it would still shine brightly. Whether it's me or Great Sky, we both know how precious this inheritance is and want to obtain it. Supreme Red Lotus frowned and thought, let's see what Great Sky Holy Land does next, or whether Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe is still alive. Then we will know who obtained the inheritance. Great Sky Holy Land Universe, in a temple in the Giant Hammer Divine World. The candidates who were originally sitting cross-legged all lost their breath in an instant, and their primordial spirits dissipated. Humph! Supreme Jun Tian, who was sitting on the throne in the temple, snorted angrily. He stared at the corpse of Tao Lord Hu Yu at the front with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe? The instant death of the candidates caused the entire Chaos Sea to fall into a great turmoil. The Eight Clouds inheritance was something that all the major forces desired. To them, it was a chance to achieve eternity and escape the calamity. Who obtained it? Is it the human race of the Fourth Universe or the Great Sky Holy Land? Who is it? The major forces of Chaos Sea were all puzzled and guessing anxiously, including Supreme Red Lotus, although they felt that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was most likely. The other candidates could not be ruled out. Only the Great Sky Holy Land was 99% sure that the final successor was Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I have broken through and become the successor of the Eight Clouds lineage. Jiangxi's clone sent a message to Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds. This news immediately caused a great commotion among the upper echelons of the race. They were all overjoyed. Within the Tongtian Mountain River portrait, Heavenly Venerable Zishao looked at the Heavenly King portrait and smiled. The Tao Alliance's method of communication was through the Skyspan Mountain and River diagram, so he was naturally aware of the contents of Jiangxi's message. This silent war in the Chaos Sea will decide the fate of our race. The humans of the Fourth Universe have won. Purple Firmament Holy Man laughed happily. Regardless of whether he can escape from the suppression of the Fourth Universe before the calamity arrives, their race is destined to have a limitless future. As long as there were no accidents, they would definitely be able to open up a Holy Land universe that belonged to the human race. Eight Clouds Pavilion, 5th floor of the inheritance space. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles as he listened to the continuous notifications in his mind. You have killed a first step Heavenly Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 100. You killed a second step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 300. You killed a third step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 900. You killed a space level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 9. You have killed a rank 5 True Monarch. Experience points plus 50 billion. You have killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Experience points plus 180,000. Following this melodious voice, his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points, 8,460 trillion. Eternal EXP, 6,451. This was the final harvest. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles. He was very happy. In this way he had the experience to upgrade his ultimate sword Tao, 5 elements Heavenly Tao, and Life Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Master. He bowed respectfully to the Eight Clouds General. It's fine. You are the new Eight Clouds General. You have the right to decide their life and death. The Eight Clouds General smiled. As he spoke he waved his hand. Whoosh! The 3 sword mountains directly turned into nothingness. That's it. Jiangxi looked over. His heart aching, those were treasures. They all contained eternal mysteries. It would be good to bring them back for the higher-ups of the race to study. Haha, these are just the basic inheritances. You can study them as much as you want in the future. The 8 Clouds General laughed. These are all shallow doubts that the previous generations of 8 Clouds used to relax during cultivation. The most precious thing of my 8 Clouds lineage is naturally the core inheritance. Core inheritance? Jiang Xi immediately looked forward to it. Follow me. The 8 Clouds General pointed, and a whirlpool passage appeared in the dark sky above. He brought Jiang Xi and flew in one after another. Space and time changed and they came to a new space. Jiang Xi realized that this space was extremely huge. Even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect the boundary. At this moment, there were many glowing space whirlpools around them. This is the 8th level of 8 Clouds Pavilion, the core inheritance space, and these space whirlpools are the passages that connect to other inheritance spaces. 8 Clouds Pavilion is the place where the previous generations of 8 Clouds received their inheritances. It is a truly strange treasure and extremely precious. In terms of size, the space contained here is even bigger than a miniature universe. The 8 Clouds General smiled. Jiang Xi nodded. It could be understood that the interior of 8 Clouds Pavilion was actually a miniature universe. In other words, it was refined from a miniature universe. Let's go. The 8 Clouds General brought Jiang Xi and instantly teleported to the depths of the core inheritance space. After standing still, Jiang Xi realized that he was already at the peak of a huge mountain in space. Looking down, he could see the boundless nebula flowing around this mountain peak. Jiang Xi was puzzled. This is the tomb of my 8 Clouds lineage's ancestors. The 8 Clouds General became very serious. Jiang Xi also became solemn. Looking around, he could feel many powerful auras faintly circulating around this huge mountain in space. However, these auras weren't complete. With a slight sense, he realized that they were incomplete. There were only wisps. Look over there, the 8 Clouds General said. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that the 8 Clouds General was pointing. He saw that on the peak of the mountain, there was a slightly flat area, and there were many towering human-shaped statues. The incomplete auras that he sensed earlier were emitted by these human-shaped statues, and these human-shaped statues were the 8 Clouds of the previous generations. In fact, Jiang Xi even saw the 8 Clouds General's statue at the back. He also wore red battle armor and held a halberd. However, what attracted his attention the most was the statue at the front. This was because this statue was the most dazzling. He had long hair draped over his shoulders and wore a white robe. His simple face seemed to contain the truths of the world. Those seemingly calm eyes hid an extremely distant gaze, as if they could see through the river of time, as if they could see Jiang Xi's existence. Jiang Xi's mind shook. With just a glance, he felt as if all the secrets in his body had been seen through. Moreover, the leading statue emitted an incomplete aura. Although it was vague, it contained a unique might that had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. It wasn't just the leading statue. Jiang Xi discovered that the incomplete auras emitted by the other statues were the same, just a bit lacking. This meant that the strength of the previous 8 Clouds far surpassed the level of an Empyrean. Thus, when he arrived here, he didn't discover the existence of the statues at all. The one at the front is the founder of my 8 Clouds lineage, the 8 Clouds God King. The 8 Clouds General's eyes were filled with worship. Founder 8 Clouds God King? Jiang Xi was filled with deep veneration. The 8 Clouds General continued, the previous 8 Clouds inheritors are all called 8 Clouds. Your future name will also be 8 Clouds. I am the 183rd generation 8 Clouds and you are the 184th generation. However, the greatest existence of the previous 8 Clouds is the founder 8 Clouds God King. He is also the only Chaos Essence God King of my 8 Clouds lineage. He is an existence that truly stands at the peak. Chaos Essence God King? Jiang Xi earnestly listened. He was surprised. Could it be that the so-called Divine General and God King weren't military ranks of cultivators, but cultivation realms? Just as he was about to ask this question, the 8 Clouds General said with a solemn expression, now kneel before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. Like this, you will truly be the 184th generation 8 Clouds. Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. He walked forward, knelt on the ground and kowtowed bam. His forehead landed solidly on the rock. Immediately, The statues of the previous generations of 8 clouds emitted rays of light of different colors. Like fire seeds, they surged into his body. Furthermore, the founder statue at the front also released a wisp of white flame that landed between Jiang Xi's eyebrows. Passing on the torch. The 8 clouds general watched this scene from the side and revealed a relieved smile. Just now his statue also emitted a wisp of flame. It looked like a simple kowtow, but in fact, this was the most important step of the entire 8 clouds inheritance. Only by obtaining the recognition of the founder and the previous generations of 8 clouds could one become the true successor of the 8 clouds. Even though Jiang Xi already had the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit, he could not help but groan in pain. At the same time, there was a white flame enveloped in various colors between his eyebrows. It was constantly pulsating, as though it was about to be inlaid into his body. A strange inheritance mark was gradually taking shape. Seeing this flame-like mark, the 8 clouds general's body trembled slightly. He muttered in his heart, "Mountain Sea, from this moment onwards, you are perfected 8 clouds." At this moment Jiang Xi's entire body was trembling, and his veins were bulging. The intense pain made him unable to help but raise his head and roar. This was because the inheritance mark was not only imprinted between his eyebrows, but also between his essence spirit's eyebrows. Finally, between the eyebrows of his body and essence spirit, a wisp of white flame enveloped in various colors finally solidified and took shape. Immediately after, it completely concealed itself and disappeared. Even spiritual awareness could not detect it. This is too painful. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, and his entire body was still trembling slightly. The 8 clouds general laughed. This is the inheritance mark created by the founder. Once the 8 clouds of each generation inherit it, they can easily merge with the 8 clouds pavilion. And they must have the inheritance mark in order to refine the 8 clouds pavilion and obtain the true inheritance of the 8 clouds. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and tossed the pain he felt just now aside. Compared to the 8 clouds inheritance, this bit of pain was nothing. And the 8 clouds pavilion was such a special true treasure, with a miniature universe hidden within. All it took was an imprint between his eyebrows for him to refine. This was too easy. It was unlike true treasures like Sky Tower and Xianhuang Mountain, which had troublesome refining conditions. Although I have fallen, the wisp of essence spirit left behind is still controlling the 8 clouds pavilion. You must wait for me to take the initiative to disperse my control of the 8 clouds pavilion before you can refine it, before it recognizes you as its master. You must do one thing. The 8 clouds general continued. Teacher, please speak. Jiang Xi said respectfully. Swear, the 8 clouds general said solemnly. Now repeat after me. Jiang Xi nodded. The 8 clouds general said, I, as the new 8 clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 clouds pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. I must swear? Jiang Xi hesitated. You must. Otherwise you will fall, and I will choose another inheritor. The 8 clouds general's expression was solemn. Jiang Xi didn't hesitate anymore. He said, I, as the new 8 clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 clouds pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. His voice reverberated across the peak of the mountain. The flame mark between his eyebrows lit up, and the voice entered his mind. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. The voices echoed in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi didn't underestimate this oath. It seemed like it really had the power to destroy his body and soul. The inheritance mark of the 8 clouds will never disappear. I know you are a true emperor. If you die, there are many methods in this world that can revive you. But even if you revive, you will still carry the inheritance mark forever. Once you violate the oath, the inheritance mark will destroy your body and soul. No matter how many times you revive, you will be annihilated. You will keep reviving and being annihilated. The 8 clouds general said. Jiang Xi's heart turned cold. This was terrifying. Resurrection wasn't something impossible. For example, the ghost race of the fourth universe had the large and small bone seas. They could allow ghosts below the level of a true emperor to reincarnate. It was a different kind of revival. There were also Tao lords who grasped the heavenly Tao of time and heavenly venerables who grasped the origin of time. They also had the strength to revive powerhouses below the Tao lord level, however. This kind of revival required a certain price. Generally, Tao lords who controlled time weren't willing to do it. Moreover, there were very few Tao lords and heavenly venerables who truly controlled time. Jiang Xi knew one. It was the lone powerhouse of the fourth universe, Heavenly Venerable Lu. Of course, if he was killed by the inheritance mark, then no matter what powerhouses he knew or what resurrection method he had, it would be useless to him. Of course, as long as you don't spread the core inheritance, the Eight Clouds General said with a smile. Then he added, before this wisp of my spiritual consciousness dissipates, if you have any doubts, just tell me. I can answer them for you. Jiang Xi nodded and asked the question he had just asked. Were divine generals and divine kings realms or official ranks? The Eight Clouds General said with a smile, these are higher cultivation realms. After the heavenly venerables, there is the eternal realm and the primordial chaos realm. The eternal realm is divided into lesser supreme and greater supreme. The primordial chaos realm is divided into divine generals, divine kings, and rulers. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect there to be so many cultivation realms above them. This Eight Clouds General was just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, but it was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would the primordial chaos divine kings and primordial chaos rulers be? The Eight Clouds Divine General sighed. My hometown, the primordial realm, is an incomparably vast world. There are also ordinary cultivators there, as well as tribulation transcender, true monarch, Tao lord, heavenly venerable, and other immortal Tao cultivators. And heavenly venerables are just the threshold to become a super powerhouse. Although they are already considered a powerhouse, they are only dominating a small area. They are still far from being a true super powerhouse. However, even if you become a supreme of the eternal realm, you are only qualified to establish a sect in the primordial realm and enjoy the worship of thousands of races. You are still not a super powerhouse. Only when you reach the primordial chaos realm can you be called a super powerhouse in the primordial realm. Divine generals, divine kings, rulers, any level is enough to run rampant in that huge world. Riverward's heart was filled with longing. How big was this world? According to the Eight Clouds General, the primordial realm should be bigger than the Chaos Sea. And besides the primordial realm, there was also the astral realm. However, did the primordial realm still exist? Based on the relief pattern in the mysterious monitoring space, it could be inferred that the ancestors of Qing Shuang's race came from the primordial realm, but they were all destroyed by the astral realm. If the primordial realm still existed, then Qing Shuang's ancestors would not have fought with the enemies of the astral realm. Jiang Xi spoke out these speculations in his heart. The Eight Clouds General's expression suddenly became very ugly. The astral realm. He snorted angrily, his whole body boiling with killing intent. The astral realm is the primordial realm's great enemy. Eight Clouds General of the past almost all died in the war with the astral realm. Back then, the emperor fought with the lord of the astral realm and brought the final path back to the primordial realm. After a period of recuperation, the emperor led us on the final path. And the race you mentioned did indeed come from the primordial realm. Their mission was to guard the emperor's escape route. It's just that the hateful heavenly feather divine general and those traitors were bewitched by the lord of the astral realm. In the end, they cut off our escape route, causing the primordial realm's army to fail on the verge of success. The emperor was the lord of the primordial realm. Without him overseeing the primordial realm, the remaining races naturally could not withstand the attack of the astral realm. The Eight Clouds General's voice was low. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder the Eight Clouds General was a candidate to destroy the heavenly feather race. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, you must destroy the heavenly feather race and cut off their eternal bloodline. Don't let them have the chance to reproduce. The Eight Clouds General's eyes were filled with killing intent. I will remember. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. Good. The Eight Clouds General's expression became serious again. Now there are 2 points that I want to emphasize to you. You must remember them. Master, please speak. Jiang Xi hurriedly listened carefully. The Eight Clouds General continued. The first point is about cultivation. How to break through the limits of a heavenly venerable. First, let's talk about the Chaos Sea. There is not only one Chaos Sea in this world. Actually, the primordial realm and the astral realm each have one. And the Chaos Sea that we are in belongs to the primordial realm. It is called the primordial realm Chaos Sea. Compared to the primordial realm and the astral realm, the Chaos Sea is like a cradle or a lower realm. Every Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws are very weak and domineering. Because the Tao that cultivators cultivate is a part of the heaven and earth laws, they can only reach the limits of a heavenly venerable at most. If you want to continue cultivating the Tao, you must break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws. A long time ago, our primordial realm's Emperor Lord and the astral realm's Lord each created the Eternal Road and bestowed it to many experts in the Chaos Sea. It allowed many heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea to have the opportunity to cultivate eternity on their Tao path. That is the first path. Riverward's heart was in turmoil, and he was incomparably shocked. It turned out that there was more than one Chaos Sea. The one in front of him was the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, and the astral realm's Chaos Sea. And the so-called Eternal Road was actually created by the 2 supreme existences of the primordial realm and the astral realm. It was no wonder that ever since Qing Shuang's race, the Eternal Road had never appeared in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. The Emperor Lord was already dead. Who in the primordial realm could create the Eternal Road? The astral realm was the primordial realm's great enemy. Naturally, it would not be kind enough to bestow eternity to the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Then how did the current Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground come about? Jiang Xi asked. I saw how the candidates from these 2 sacred grounds cast their Tao. They should have obtained other inheritances from the primordial realm. They were left behind by the 2 Grand Supremes in the primordial realm's army, Eight Clouds explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. So that was the case. Then what about the other 2 paths to break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws? He asked again. The remaining 2 paths are relatively more difficult. But as long as one passes these 2 paths and cultivates eternity, they can generally become Grand Supremes. There won't be any big problems becoming a Chaos Essence Divine General in the future, Eight Clouds said with a smile. Jiang Xi listened seriously. Simply put, the second path is to break through the limits of the body. The third path is to break through the limits of the essence soul. The body and essence soul aren't restricted by Tao arts. It's the purest cultivation method. As long as one can break through the limits, they can release a power stronger than Tao arts. The core inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage talks about these 2 paths. And it's the peak existence of these 2 paths. Eight Clouds Divine General said loudly, his tone slightly higher. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The 3 paths that Eight Clouds Divine General mentioned were more specific than the method to cultivate eternity that Venerable Ming had told him previously. There seemed to be a way to follow. Follow me. I'll bring you to see the core inheritance. Eight Clouds Divine General stretched out his hand and pointed. A space vortex appeared in front of him. 2 figures flew into the space vortex one after the other. After the space vortex changed, they arrived in a new space. Jiang Xi looked around. Blue waves rippled around him. It was a boundless lake. In the middle was a small island with an ordinary wooden house. Beside the wooden house was a small pond. This scene gave him a sense of familiarity. It was very similar to the mysterious monitoring space. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The ancestors of Qing Shuang's clan were from the primordial realm. It was not surprising that they could build a similar space. They came to the pond. This independent space is the most important one among the many inheritance spaces of the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Divine General said slowly. Look. There are 2 black stones floating above the water. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that Eight Clouds Divine General was pointing. The pond was not large. There were 2 smooth black stones floating above it. Wisps of divine light pulsed on the surface of the stones. This is a legacy stone. It can store a large amount of information. Even if it's a chaotic prime, it can store all the memories of a chaotic prime. These 2 inheritance stones are the core of my 8 clouds lineage. 8 clouds divine general introduced. Core. Zhang Xi looked at it seriously. Look at the pond. 8 clouds divine general waved his hand. Splash. The water in the pond flew up, revealing the black stones at the bottom. At a glance there were probably more than 10,000 of them. Look at the endless lake. 8 clouds divine general waved his hand again. Boom. Waves roared as the lake water around the small island rose into the air. It was as though the world had turned upside down as the water floated into the sky. Zhang Xi saw the situation at the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was also covered with countless black stones. Chapter 623. Inside the core inheritance space on the 8th floor of 8 Clouds Pavilion, Zhang Xi looked at the black stones that had a faint divine glow pulsing on their surface. His heart was pounding. So many inheritances? 8 Clouds Divine General smiled and said, "These are all inheritance stones. The 2 in front of you are the essence of the core inheritances. They are the true core. They are also the strongest inheritances that our ancestral master, 8 Clouds Divine King, left for our 8 Clouds lineage. The 14280 inheritance stones in the pond are also core inheritances, but their value is slightly lower. They represent many schools of thought, including close combat, long-range attacks, refinement, vegetation, machinery, and so on. Any one of the techniques and cultivation methods hidden in them is enough to drive many factions in the primordial realm crazy. As for the inheritance stones in the lake, there are more than 100 million of them. They are the information that the experts of our 8 Clouds lineage constantly collected when they roamed the primordial realm. They are all-encompassing. 90% of the common techniques and customs of the primordial realm are in these inheritance stones. Of course, these records are the most superficial and basic things, just like the basic inheritances that you received previously. 8 Clouds Divine General's tone was calm, but it made Zhang Xi extremely excited. What a monster! This was completely a super library. Or rather, it was a template copied from the primordial realm. With these 100 million inheritance stones, they could definitely replicate the middle and low-end powers of the primordial realm. 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the bottom of the pond and said, "These 14280 inheritance stones are the pride of the past 8 Clouds. They are their blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, there are also some important cultivation information that is priceless. Even in the primordial realm, any one of these inheritance stones can set off a shocking war. And the contents of the 2 in front of you can even set off a destructive war in the primordial realm. It can even set off a war between the primordial realm and the star realm. Remember, these 2 and the 14280 inheritance stones are not to be leaked to anyone else. As for the ones in the lake, there are not so many rules. You are free to deal with them," 8 Clouds Divine General instructed. "I will remember." Zhang Xi suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered respectfully, "You have the inheritance imprint. You can use your spiritual sense to check the information of the 2 inheritance stones." 8 Clouds Divine General smiled. Zhang Xi took a deep breath and looked forward to it. The essence of the core inheritance, the strongest absolute art left behind by the ancestor, 8 Clouds Divine King, what would it be like? Chaos Essence Divine King level experts were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Phew, a wisp of riverward spiritual sense touched the 2 black stones. At the moment of contact, the 2 inheritance stones faintly lit up, and ancient and complicated patterns appeared on their surfaces. Then, a huge amount of information about the inheritance rushed into Zhang Xi's mind like a raging tide. Even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, it took him 2 full days to complete the transfer. The 8 Clouds General stood at the side and watched with a smile. After a long time, Zhang Xi opened his eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief. The essence of the 8 Clouds lineage's core inheritance was only 2 absolute arts, and they were named after the 8 Clouds. They were 8 and Cloud. 8 foot, full name 8 lives, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the body. By cultivating this technique, the strength of one's body could continuously break through the limits. Of course, to what extent one could cultivate to ultimately depended on one's talent and diligence. Cloud, full name Cloud Extinguisher, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the primordial spirit. Similar to 8 lives, cultivating this technique could allow the strength of one's primordial spirit to continuously break through the limits. The highest realm was immortality. Clearly, the creator of this absolute art, 8 Clouds' divine king, had not cultivated it to the highest realm. Immortality was just an imaginary realm. Otherwise, 8 Clouds' divine king would not have perished in the war between the two worlds. However, Jiang Xi was confident that with the help of the experience panel, it was not impossible to cultivate these 2 absolute arts to the highest level. With these 2 absolute arts, my future is secure. Jiang Xi laughed. Don't be so confident. 8 Clouds' general shook his head. Oh, Jiang Xi was taken aback. Take a closer look at these 2 absolute arts, 8 Clouds' general said directly. Jiang Xi sank his consciousness into his mind and immediately checked. The information contained in these 2 absolute arts was massive. Just the memory transfer alone took a long time. Therefore, when the memory transfer was taking place, he only looked at the first simple information. He did not take a closer look at the large amount of memories that followed. Now, when he really went to check it out, even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, he still hadn't finished reading the 8 Lives Ultimate Technique after half a month. And at this moment his expression changed. You discovered it? 8 Clouds' general laughed. Where's the rest? Why is it gone? Jiang Xi was bewildered. 8 Lives was left behind by the founder. According to the introduction of the absolute art, there should be 8 levels, but why are there only the first 3? I can clearly sense that the last 5 levels are in my memory, but I can't read them. Why is that? It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was something that was clearly in his mind, but he could not recall what it was. It was the same for the 8 Lives absolute art. It was in his memory, but no matter how he tried to recall the contents of the last 5 levels, he could not find them. This strange feeling of forgetfulness only occurred when he was young and weak. With his current strength, everything that he had experienced in his life, every memory, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He would not forget a single thing. Because the first 3 levels are the limit that a heavenly venerable can cultivate to, 8 Clouds' general said with a smile. These 2 absolute arts, as well as the inheritance stones in the ponds and lakes, all the information stored in them can only be seen at the limit of a heavenly venerable. You can't see anything higher than the eternal realm. Could this be the law restriction of Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi's heart stirred. That's right. As long as you break through the law restriction of Chaos Sea, you will be able to recall the contents of the last 5 levels. 8 Clouds' general nodded. He continued, my 8 Clouds lineage has 2 absolute arts. As long as you can cultivate the first 3 levels, your body and primordial spirit will reach the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then you can easily break through the law restriction, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Xi nodded gently. Now that I've finished talking about cultivation, there's one last thing that I need to entrust you with, 8 Clouds' general said. Master, please speak. Treat Heaven Connecting Tower well. It was left behind by another divine monarch of the primordial realm. Back then, the divine monarch with heaven-defying talent was in existence that we admired. 8 Clouds' divine general said with a complicated expression. Jiang Xi was stunned. Heaven-reaching tower was actually related to a divine king of the primordial realm? He immediately thought of many things. Since the 8 Clouds' divine general knew about the heaven-reaching tower, could the path on earth really be the final path that the Yuan realm's army embarked on? No. Jiang Xi quickly rejected this speculation. Because the Emperor Lord of the primordial realm, 8 Clouds' general, and other powerhouses had already fallen for God knows how many eras. And Earth was born in this era, so it was impossible for there to be a connection. Perhaps heaven-reaching tower was only obtained by a powerhouse of Earth in ancient times, and then left on Earth. Jiang Xi's mind was a little confused. He wanted to understand these relationships. Before he could come back to his senses, 8 Clouds' general suddenly smiled. He waved his hand, and a black stone flew out from the bottom of the lake and landed in front of the 2 of them. Originally, in the lonely era of endless eras, I had a lot to say, a lot to entrust, and a lot to tell you about the glory of my 8 Clouds lineage. However, when I thought of the Emperor and the Divine King, I suddenly realized that I had already fallen. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, why should I be reluctant to leave this mortal world? That's why I recorded everything into this legacy stone, including what I wanted to tell you, as well as the secrets of the entire Eight Clouds Pavilion. They are all stored inside. You will know all of this when you see it. After saying that, Eight Clouds General looked up at the endless darkness, then squatted down, gently grabbed the soil on the island and sniffed it. Then he smiled. It's time for me to return to the Emperor's side. Wuxia Cloud's General's entire body seemed to vanish into thin air. A gust of wind blew past, and he disappeared without a trace. Teacher! Lord Eight Clouds General! Jiang Xi shouted twice, but there was no response. He was stunned. He still hadn't been told how to get out. This independent space was the most important place in Eight Clouds Tower. With his power, he definitely couldn't break through the space barrier forcefully hung. At that moment, rays of light were born from the endless darkness and quickly shrouded over. Jiang Xi looked up. Those rays of light converged, and he had nowhere to hide. The flame inheritance imprint between his eyebrows also appeared, producing a mysterious gravitational force that swallowed all the rays of light. Finally, everything returned to normal. A feeling of being in control of everything appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. He looked around and with a thought the ground broke open and a blade of grass grew out. Then the grass grew bigger and bigger, even spreading to the surroundings. Soon a patch of grass grew out. It recognized me as its master? Jiang Xi was stunned. Eight Clouds Tower had recognized him as its master, and now he could control this space of inheritance that was comparable to a celestial master's miniature universe. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, he could easily sense all the spaces within Eight Clouds Tower. Just like how he could sense the entire mountain sea cave, it was his world. Eight Clouds General took the initiative to give up control. Jiang Xi's expression was complicated. He looked to his side, where Eight Clouds General had grabbed a handful of soil. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that Eight Clouds General, who wore red armor and held a sky piercer, had most likely disappeared forever. In this world, only he, the 184th Eight Clouds General, was left. After a while, I still haven't asked clearly about Sky Tower. Jiang Xi slapped his head. What Eight Clouds General said just now had shocked him too much, and he hadn't recovered from it for a while. He actually forgot to ask. He quickly grabbed the inheritance stone left behind by Eight Clouds General and probed it with his spiritual awareness. Then a large amount of information was transmitted to his mind. Then he searched through the massive amount of information. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information about Sky Tower. Jiang Xi stood where he was in thought for a while, then asked in his heart, Anaishang, do you know anything about your previous master? Sorry, I lost my memory. Anaishang sighed. However, I can feel that my complete state should have broken through the limit of a true treasure, surpassing a level 9 true treasure. But it seems like I'm missing something, and coupled with the layers of seals, that's why I fell to my current level. Anaishang said, missing something? Jiang Xi pondered and then thought of something. With a thought, he used the EXP panel to convert an eternal shard. Try this. The refining process of Sky Tower was different from that of other true treasures. It had to swallow a large amount of immortal power to unlock the seals. This was obviously to replenish something, and eternal fragments were of a higher level than immortal power. Perhaps they could be replenished? If it was before becoming the successor of Eight Clouds, Jiang Xi wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant and directly use 1 yuan of eternal experience to try this. However, after killing the other candidates, he got more than 6,000 eternal experience points. Naturally, he had the confidence to do so. In the space of Sky Tower, the spirit of the true treasure, Anaishang, materialized and then began to refine the eternal fragment. A moment later, the eternal fragment turned into a stream of light and merged into Sky Tower. Buzz. Instantly, Sky Tower trembled slightly. As the eternal fragment continued to be refined, the aura of this special true treasure began to increase slightly and gradually strengthen. It's effective. It's really effective. Jiang Xi and Anaishang were pleasantly surprised. I'll give you 100 eternal fragments first. You can slowly refine them. Anaishang smiled and nodded. Immediately, Riverward transformed 100 eternal fragments, and left them in the space of Tongtian Tower. Although he couldn't get an answer to the origin of Heavenly Tower, this unexpected reward was still pretty good. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the inheritance stone, continuing to understand the information of Eight Clouds Pavilion. Before Eight Clouds deity's spiritual consciousness dissipated, he left detailed information in this inheritance stone, recording the many functions and points to pay attention to. There were also many historical origins and important events of Eight Clouds, which were recorded in detail. Of course, the most important information was related to Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Pavilion was personally refined by the first ancestor, Eight Clouds Deity King. Almost 90% of the inheritance space and various functions were refined by the ancestor. The remaining 10% were added later by the Eight Clouds of the past. Jiang Xi sighed. The information left by Eight Clouds Deity King was too detailed without this inheritance stone. Even if Eight Clouds Pavilion recognized him as its master, he was afraid that he would need to explore the various inheritance spaces inside to truly understand this place. After all, this was a miniature universe. Even if he used an era and didn't sleep or rest, he wouldn't be able to explore all of it. But now, he already knew everything about this place. Simply put, the entire Eight Clouds Pavilion was a perfect place to nurture great beings. This miniature universe was divided into many independent spaces with different functions. Some were similar to a super library, which was the place where the inheritance stone was stored. Almost all of the most basic techniques and inheritances of the primordial realm were recorded here. There were also countless precious experiences on the path to the pinnacle. Some were spaces used for battle trials, and there were many battle puppets inside. For example, the 9-sector puppet was one of them. In addition, there were trial puppets that were created using the Eight Clouds of the past as models. As long as one entered that space, they could fight with them. Those trial puppets could unleash part of the great being's strength. Among them, the strongest opponent was the ancestor, Eight Clouds Deity King. There were many other spaces. Some were used to create techniques, some were for weapon refinement, some were for medicine refinement, and some were for meditation. In short, all the spaces inside Eight Clouds Pavilion were constantly replenished and perfected by the Eight Clouds of the past. It was a place to nurture great beings. How perverted, how extravagant! Jiang Xi was speechless. Before he accepted the inheritance, he had imagined what the Eight Clouds inheritance would be like. But when he really became Eight Clouds, he realized that his imagination was not enough. He had underestimated this inheritance. With such an extravagant Eight Clouds Pavilion, it was extremely unlikely that one would not become a great being in the future. Becoming a great being in the primordial chaos realm was only a matter of time. In addition, the Eight Clouds inheritance had very strict requirements for its inheritors. Those who were chosen, be it in terms of talent, comprehension, perseverance, character, and so on, were all top-notch existences. Even without the inheritance, their future achievements would not be small. But with the help of the Eight Clouds inheritance and the Eight Clouds Pavilion, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, they would be able to go even higher. In the Chaos Sea, the ancient inheritances that everyone fought over, such as the Heavenly Feather Race's Celestial Venerate Ruins, are only ordinary inheritances in the primordial realm. They are even incomplete Heavenly Feather inheritances, and any one of the inheritances here is 100 times stronger than the ancient inheritances they obtained. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. He now had the foundation to build a powerful civilization. As long as he was given time, he could build a pinnacle civilization that could stand for countless eras in the long river of time. Of course, he was still very far away from a powerful civilization in the primordial realm. Knowledge is power. The experiences accumulated by countless experts on the path of cultivation, the concepts of the countless cultivation schools that they have opened up, these are the most fundamental parts of the legacy. The first thing Jiang Xi wanted to do was something that almost all the previous generations of Eight Clouds would do. That was to memorize all the information in the inheritance stones and accumulate his own foundation. Perhaps he was not a cultivator of those schools, but with these accumulations, when he cultivated in the future and used the experience points panel to deduce, he would be able to comprehend by analogy and be more efficient. Or in the future, when he encountered opponents of this school in battle, he would be able to predict the enemy's moves. Through these inheritances, he would know the opponent's background, strengths, and weaknesses. Come on. Zhang Xi waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of black inheritance stones floated in the air. There were hundreds of millions of them. Categorize. Zhang Xi's spiritual awareness split into thousands and probed into all the inheritance stones at the same time. He came into contact with the information in them and began to categorize and organize them. Soon, these hundreds of millions of inheritance stones were reorganized and organized according to various categories. Although I haven't comprehended the time sky Tao, I'm the master of 8 Clouds Pavilion. I can use the origin of this miniature universe to maintain a domain that accelerates time by 1,000,000 times. With a thought, Zhang Xi's time flow on this small island became 1,000,000 times faster than normal. Previously, when he was cultivating in seclusion in Lu Yuzhou had set up a domain that accelerated time by 1,000,000 times on that starry sky island. However, this kind of time acceleration method consumed too much energy. At that time, if it weren't for the bet between Heavenly Venerable Qingshi and Heavenly Venerable Lu would definitely not have been willing to consume energy like that. And now, because 8 Clouds Pavilion was a miniature universe, it could use similar methods. Of course, the consumption was still huge. I can still afford to spend 100 or 200 years. Zhang Xi shook his head lightly. Then he carefully memorized the contents of the inheritance stones. At the same time, he did a detailed study. In 10,000 Worlds ruins, the giant stone celestial body where 8 Clouds Pavilion was located was still shrouded in red fog, forming a special area that dispersed the endless gray fog. The glowing stone door in the middle of the fog was already closed. Occasionally, great beings would pass by, but they only looked at it enviously and left quickly. They didn't dare to stay any longer lest they arouse the displeasure of 8 Clouds General. After all, that terrifying being had killed the 3rd Sacred Master, and the 4th Sacred Master of the Heavenly Feather Race, as well as 13 Heavenly Venerables and hundreds of Tao Lords from other powers in Chaos Ocean. The overall strength of so many great beings had already surpassed any of the 3 powers in Chaos Ocean. The 8 Cloud Divine Generals were definitely the most ruthless existence in the Chaos Sea. While the various factions in the Chaos Sea were suspecting and guessing, most of them were unsure who the inheritor was. Zhang Xi, on the other hand, was calmly studying the inheritance stones. 8 Clouds Pavilion was absolutely safe, and he was inside 8 Clouds Pavilion. Every stone celestial body in 10,000 Worlds ruins had a hidden space inside. If one didn't open it, even a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable wouldn't be able to force his way in. Therefore, he could cultivate in peace here. As time passed, Zhang Xi understood the cultivation and breakthroughs of Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, Tao Lord, and Heavenly Venerable. Even after reaching the Celestial Venerable level, he had thoroughly researched how to continue to cultivate and advance. In other words, in the entire Chaos Ocean, even those true Heavenly Venerables didn't know as much as Zhang Xi about Heavenly Venerable cultivation. That was because the primordial realm civilization had already analyzed these cultivation stages thoroughly. And these were the most ordinary inheritances in 8 Clouds Pavilion. They were all stored in the inheritance stones in the lake, and there was no confidentiality value at all. Therefore, although Zhang Xi was only a rank 5 perfected lord now, he was already qualified to guide Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables in their cultivation. After all, the Heavenly Venerables of the various powers in Chaos Ocean were all blind. Even if they broke through, they were still muddle-headed. They didn't have the experience of their seniors to guide them, so they naturally couldn't carry out systematic research and cultivation. Who knew how many detours and wrong paths they took in the process? The worst thing about cultivation was taking the wrong path. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps, and it would be difficult to correct them. Yes, it is. Zhang Xi nodded, but his heart ached. He had gained a lot, but the price was also great. According to his original plan, he only needed to maintain a time acceleration of 1,000,000 times for 100 or 200 years. But this state lasted for 1,000 years. In reality, it had been more than 1,000,000,000 years. This kind of consumption was huge. 8 Clouds Pavilion's miniature universe had consumed close to 1% of its origin. It would probably take 1,000,000,000 years to recover. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked, "How was the inheritance this time? Are you confident of attaining eternity? Will it be of help to the human race?" So that we humans won't have to fear the dangers of the cataclysm? Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. From the Tribulation Transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm, everything is in my heart. His tone was really big. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, of course. They knew what kind of person Jiang Xi was. It could be said that they had watched Jiang Xi grow up. From a person's growth, one could see their character and style of doing things. To Lord Ming Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Riverward would only take action when he was confident and prepared. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say or do anything. And now, since Jiang Xi dared to say it so confidently, it would definitely succeed. Everything is in your heart? That's a big tone, but I'm very happy to hear it. Venerable Ming Ming was full of smiles. Cultivation from the Tribulation Transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm? Tao Lord Nine Clouds couldn't help but ask. Then do you know that without the road of eternity? How can one cultivate eternity? Could it be that one has to go to the endless void above the chaos sea to challenge eternity? Is this the only path? Challenge eternity. Venerable Ming Ming's gaze also focused as he stared at Jiang Xi. Even he, a third-step Empyrean, was filled with fear and had no confidence in challenging eternity. Jiang Xi naturally knew this. Before the Eight Clouds Divine General disappeared, he had mentioned this to him. Moreover, although there wasn't much information about the eternal realm in the various basic inheritances he had studied in the past 1 billion years, in total, he definitely knew more about how to cultivate eternity than any faction in the Chaos Sea. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the cultivators of the Chaos Sea can only reach the limit of Empyrean realm in terms of Tao cultivation. Therefore, they have to pass through the road of eternity to continue cultivating. Jiang Xi said slowly. The laws of heaven and earth? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other. Others didn't know, but they had often been in contact with Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Even after Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed, he usually contacted the two of them the most. Therefore, they had long learned about the laws of heaven and earth from Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Whoosh! There was a black throne at both ends of the huge stone table. Celestial Venerable Ming was sitting on one of them. At that moment, a purple-robed figure appeared on the other black throne. It was Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. However, Jiang Xi, Celestial Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Clouds didn't notice the laws of heaven and earth? Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament listened with interest. However, the road of eternity will no longer descend in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Jiang Xi recounted the war between the primordial realm and the astral realm, as well as the various origins in history. After Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds heard this, the shock on their faces couldn't be quelled for a long time. Clearly, their worldview had been overturned. There was actually such a huge world outside. After calming down, Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked, since the road of eternity is no more, there should be other ways to cultivate eternity, right? Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. Besides the road of eternity, there are two other paths. That is to break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. This way, one won't be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Naturally, one can cultivate eternity and easily break through the boundary walls of the chaos sea's endless void. Break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled bitterly. The mainstream cultivation method of the 4 primordial universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea was Tao cultivation. There was no complete cultivation path of the body and essence spirit. Even if there were some sporadic body-tempering tribes, they would at most become Tao Lords. For example, the Battle Rune continent of the Purple Firmament sect's 3rd firmament world was proficient in body tempering. The tribe's patriarch, Tao Lord 5 Elements, became a Tao Lord through body tempering. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. The strength of his essence spirit had already broken through the limits of the Empyrean realm and reached the level of an Eternal Supreme. Unfortunately, he had broken through during the war with the 4th universe's original will, and not through cultivation. Moreover, the price he had to pay was too great. he would be suppressed forever. Although his essence spirit was already at the level of an eternal supreme, he wasn't considered a true eternal supreme before his cultivation truly broke through. Once the calamity came, he would still be annihilated. In the 8 clouds inheritance I obtained, there is a cultivation method for the body and essence spirit. However, due to the restriction of the inheritance imprint, I can't impart it to others. Otherwise, my body and soul will be destroyed. Jiang Xi sighed. It doesn't matter. As long as you can cultivate to eternity, we can also benefit from your light and become eternal existences. Celestial Venerable Bright smiled, just cultivate well. Tao Lord 9 Firmament nodded. Jiang Xi was silent. He knew very well that relying on others to obtain eternity was like relying on a prisoner. If there was a chance to cultivate to eternity, no one would be willing to rely on others. In the future, when I become an eternal supreme and can see more inheritance information, I will think of a way to let Master and the others cultivate to eternity. Jiang Xi thought to himself, let's not talk about this for now. Tao Lord 9 Firmament smiled freely and then asked Jiang Xi, you should have the method to cultivate from a Tao Lord to a Celestial Venerable, right? Although he had the combat strength of a half-step Celestial Venerable, he was still a Tao Lord. The next step was to become a Celestial Venerable, so he was very concerned about this problem. Of course I do. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. In the primordial realm civilization there are countless experts. Becoming a Celestial Venerable expert is a huge threshold. However, because there are many breakthroughs, many factions have concluded a systematic method. There are many experiences that can be used as reference to maximize the chances of becoming a Celestial Venerable. In this calamity era, we humans might have 4 or 5 Celestial Venerable experts in the end. However, with the guidance of these methods we should be able to increase it by several times. The Heavenly Feather race of the first universe only obtained the inheritance of a Celestial Venerable ruins. Furthermore, it was an incomplete Heavenly Feather inheritance, but it gave birth to 9 Celestial Venerable experts. Although the humans of the 4th universe couldn't compare to the Heavenly Feather race in terms of age, it wouldn't be difficult for them to give birth to more Celestial Venerable experts with the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance. Several times, Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were immediately shocked. In that case, all the Tao Lords of the human race can become Celestial Venerables in the future? Tao Lord 9 Firmament asked. Excluding Riverward, the human race only had a total of 22 Tao Lords. No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Xi shook his head calmly. If a Tao Lord wants to become a Celestial Venerable, there's a huge threshold in the middle. Even with the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance, although the chances of breaking through can be greatly increased, it's still very difficult. For example, our race only has a little over 100,000 perfected lords and 22 Tao Lords. However, if we have the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance, we might have more than 1,000,000 perfected lords and close to 1,000 Tao Lords under this more perfect cultivation system from Tribulation Transcender to Celestial Venerable. Of course, this sort of training method will result in some of the less talented clansmen being able to reach the True Lord level at most, but in the end, they will be able to become Tao Lords. Therefore, the average talent of these close to 1,000 Tao Lords is definitely inferior to our current 22 Tao Lords. However, with so many Tao Lords, it's not difficult to produce dozens of Celestial Venerables. If we're lucky, there might be close to 100, Jiang Xi said slowly. The huge stone table immediately quieted down. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. It was too heaven-defying. How many Celestial Venerables were there in the strongest universe in the Chaos Sea? Only about 100. As for the 2nd and 3rd universes, there were probably less than 100 in total. Needless to say, the 2 Holy Lands were unable to produce new Celestial Venerables. The few remaining Celestial Venerables in the Holy Lands were left behind countless eras ago. Because they didn't have miniature universes, their actual combat strength had decreased a lot. Now Jiang Xi was telling them that the humans of the 4th universe could be more powerful than all the races of the 1st universe combined? This Tao Lord 9 Firmament wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Are you confident? Tomorrow Venerable's eyes lit up. Of course. In the primordial realm civilization, Celestial venerables are only the lowest threshold to enter the ranks of the strong. Jiang Xi nodded confidently. As the strength of the human race increases and we occupy more territories in the fourth universe, more talented people will be born. It won't be too difficult for close to 100 celestial venerables to appear in the future. Haha, good. Tomorrow Venerable laughed. Then, give us some pointers now and let us see how powerful this 8 clouds inheritance is. No problem. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. I'll call them all over. Tomorrow Venerable immediately sent a message. Soon, figures began to appear on the 2 thrones on the 2 sides of the long stone table. They were the Tao Lords of the human race. Tomorrow Venerable, did something happen? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Someone asked, however, when they saw Jiang Xi, they all became excited and looked forward to it. This was because they all knew that Jiang Xi was currently accepting the 8 clouds inheritance. Now that he had appeared, it seemed that he was going to talk about something related to the inheritance. Jiang Xi, tell the 8 clouds when you will let me out. The other perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race also haven't come out, Tao Lord Yanqing said with a smile. The 8 clouds divine general has already disappeared. I'm now the new 8 clouds. When the matter at hand is over, I'll bring you all back. Jiang Xi nodded. Tao Lord Yanqing didn't say anything else. Then, Tomorrow Venerable looked at the Tao Lords and said with a solemn expression, Jiang Xi has already accepted the 8 clouds inheritance. Now, he wants to tell everyone how to break through from the Tao Lord realm to the Celestial Venerable realm. Whoosh! Among the Tao Lords in front of the stone table, only Tao Lord 9 Firmament was calm. The other Tao Lords couldn't maintain their calm and were all excited. Breaking through from the Tao Lord realm to the Celestial Venerable realm? There was no way for them to follow this process. Moreover, they had to cultivate to the Celestial Venerable realm before the calamity arrived. If the calamity arrived, even if the human race had an eternal universe, they wouldn't be able to break through. Jiang Xi, are you confident? Buddhist Venerable was the first to ask. Jiang Xi, can I also become a Celestial Venerable? Tao Lord Qingyu asked directly. He was Jiang Xi's uncle master, but his cultivation was only at the desolate level. At this time the other Tao Lords were also asking. Jiang Xi said with a smile, everyone's talent is at the top of the human race. If you can cultivate to the Tao Lord realm without the guidance of a complete cultivation system, you are naturally extraordinary. Once you have the guidance of the inheritance, you will definitely have the highest chance of becoming a Celestial Venerable. As for who will break through in the end, I can't guarantee. You will understand after listening to what I have to say. Alright, don't ask anymore. Listen to Jiang Xi, Tomorrow Venerable shouted. These Tao Lords who had been waiting for countless years quieted down. They suppressed the doubts and anxiety in their hearts and began to listen carefully. On the other side of the black throne, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament also began to listen. Jiang Xi looked at everyone's faces and then said, there are 3 paths to cultivate from Tao Lord to Celestial Venerable. The first is the Tao techniques that everyone usually cultivates. The second is body tempering, which is to cultivate the body. The third is spirit refinement, which is to cultivate the primordial spirit. For Tao Lords, the most important step to becoming a Celestial Venerable is to let the volume of the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit. Then, it will rush out of the barrier of the original universe and turn into a miniature universe in the Chaos Sea. The 3 paths I mentioned are the methods to let the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit. The 2 Heavenly Venerables and all the Tao Lords in front of the stone table nodded slowly. Everyone knew this. The size of the Grotto Heaven world was determined by the cultivator's Tao technique realm, body realm, and primordial spirit realm. However, everyone mainly cultivated Tao techniques, so most of the time, everyone neglected the cultivation of the body and primordial spirit. In fact, if a cultivator's body and primordial spirit were superior to those of the same level, then their Grotto Heaven world would definitely be larger than those of the same level. It was no wonder that everyone neglected this. In fact, the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all blind when it came to the cultivation of Celestial Venerables. Because there were simply too few of them, there was no way to conduct systematic research. Moreover, there wasn't a true super powerhouse who could stand at the top and integrate and summarize in a way that was advantageous to them. Now, let me first talk about how to let the Grotto Heaven world reach the limit through Tao technique cultivation. Jiang Xi said slowly. The white-robed Zhang Xiai was explaining the Tao and dispelling doubts. The other Tao lords were listening attentively. This scene seemed to be forever frozen in the river of time, and it moved heavenly venerable purple firmament. A long time ago, I also gave a lecture like this. At that time it seemed to be in a similar situation. My existence allowed the humans of the fourth universe to stand among the pinnacle races, and become the strongest pinnacle race. That was the first major turning point in the fate of our race. Now Zhang Xiai has brought an even stronger legacy of the primordial realm civilization. He will lead the human race to undergo a second major turning point. And this time, the transformation will be even more thorough and far-reaching than the previous one. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament sighed. He understood that as Zhang Xiai passed down these legacies, the human race would gradually undergo a transformation. The number of true lords would continue to increase, and there would be more and more Tao lords. Celestial venerables would also appear one after another. Chapter 625. Chaos Ocean, Giant Hammer Godly World of Great Sky Holy Land. There was a godly palace built on top of a mountain, emitting endless godly light and murderous aura. This was where Heavenly Master Wan Luo's cave abode was located. Heavenly Master Wan Luo was one of the few great heavenly masters in Great Sky Holy Land. Although he didn't have a miniature universe, he could still maintain his combat power at the level of a third-step celestial master, with the help of many ancient inheritances, and a full set of seventh-step true treasures. Inside the godly palace, Heavenly Master Wan Luo's avatar sat on the throne with his eyes closed. He kept talking about all kinds of cultivation knowledge. The hundreds of perfected cultivators below all listened attentively, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Heavenly Master Wan Luo suddenly stopped talking, and those true emperors looked up in confusion. That's all for now, Heavenly Master Wan Luo said softly. Yes. Although the true emperors were confused, they still bowed and left. Then a misty figure appeared in the godly palace. It was Jun Tian Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. Heavenly Master Wan Luo bowed respectfully. Previously, I ordered you to lead 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords and wait outside the 8 Cloud Ruins. Have you discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea? Jun Tian Supreme asked in a deep voice. Celestial Lord Wan Luo replied respectfully, reporting to Supreme, ever since my clan's true monarch who you and the other candidates failed, I've been keeping an eye on them under Supreme's orders. I've never let my guard down. The stone celestial body where 8 Cloud Ruins is located has a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. The 20 Universe Tao Lords and I have been keeping an eye on it. No matter how strong Tao Lord Mountain Sea is, he can't leave quietly. However, 1,000 years have passed, and we still haven't found him. We can guess that he's still in 8 Cloud Ruins. Don't be careless. With the foundation of 8 Cloud Inheritance, there might be a way to hide from you. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. Don't worry, Supreme. Apart from Jun Tian Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land, Heavenly Feather Race from the First Universe, and some other great powers are guarding there. There's no way he can escape. Heavenly Master Wan Luo said. Very well. No matter what, we have to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The inheritance of 8 clouds that he obtained is extremely important to me. We have to capture him at all costs. Jun Tian Supreme's tone was indifferent. Yes. Empyrean Wan Luo replied respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme nodded indifferently. Given the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, even if they lost over 100 Tao Lords at once, it wouldn't be a big deal. This was because the Holy Land could only withstand a limited number of Tao Lords. In addition, over the long years, the Holy Land had accumulated a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Once a Tao Lord perished, a quasi-Tao Lord would quickly break through and take his place. Therefore, to the high and mighty Jun Tian Supreme, he did not care about this bit of loss at all. He was well aware of what the 8 Clouds inheritance meant. Even if he threw in the entire foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, as long as he could obtain a small portion of the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would bring him endless benefits. He could even break through the current eternal state and become a super powerhouse in the upper realm. In the Wuxia ruins, the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud Ruins was located was still shrouded in red mist. There were no experts around. At this moment, Empyrean Wan Luo and the 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords were all hidden and scattered in all directions, staring at the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins. Each of the 20 Tao Lords had an incarnation hidden in Empyrean Wan Luo's sword-shaped rank, 7 flying treasure so that they could contact each other at any time. Everyone, Empyrean Wan Luo just looked for me. Empyrean Wan Luo glanced at them. Again. Lord Wan Luo, Empyrean Wan Luo has already looked for you 5 times in the past 1,000 years. It seems like Empyrean Wan Luo really values this inheritance. I'm considered an old man in our holy land. In countless eras, I've never seen Empyrean Wan Luo take something so seriously. How can he not? Look, not only is Lord Wan Luo here, but there are also 20 of us Universe Realm Tao Lords guarding here. Even if the remaining 7 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race come together, we can still hold on for a while. Isn't it easy to deal with a half-step heavenly venerable mountain sea Tao Lord? After all, in terms of strength, there are 4 half-step heavenly venerables among the 20 of us. Haha, it's easy. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Holy Land were very relaxed. They all had high statuses. For countless years, they could even talk to the heavenly venerables of the Holy Land on equal footing. It could be said that their 1/3 step heavenly venerable and 20 top-notch Universe Realm Tao Lords were definitely the top experts of the Great Sky Holy Land. This also showed how determined the Great Sky supremacy was. Similar to the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land's 3rd step heavenly venerable Sparkling Dust also led 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords to guard the 8 Cloud Ruins, waiting for the inheritor to appear. In another void near the 8 Cloud Ruins, a middle-aged man with 6 pairs of white wings was also staring at the area shrouded in red fog. He was the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race, the existence closest to an invincible heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea. Previously, the heavenly feather race had suffered heavy losses in the fight for the 8 Cloud inheritance. Not only had they lost the 3rd sacred lord and the 4th sacred lord, but they had also lost dozens of supremely talented Tao Lords. Thus, the remaining 7 sacred masters moved out at the same time to stop the 8 Cloud successor, which was a rare sight. Great Sky Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land? A bunch of has-beens. Without the 2 supremacies, what are you? This time, the 7 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race have moved out together and controlled all the safe routes around the 8 Cloud Ruins. Even if you capture the inheritor, don't even think about escaping. The 8 Cloud inheritance will eventually belong to the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord had firmly controlled this safe route. Moreover, the other 6 sacred lords had also sent out a clone to gather around the first sacred lord, so that they could contact each other at any time. Once a battle broke out in the area one of them was in charge of, the other 6 would immediately rush over. The Myriad World Ruins was not like other places. It was very strange here. If one wanted to wander around here, one had to know the safe route. If one wandered around without a target, it was very easy to be contaminated by those strange white flames and green winds. Even a 3rd step heavenly venerable would not dare to say that he could resist those strange things. Moreover, these 2 strange things could follow the spiritual consciousness and directly attack cultivators who use their spiritual consciousness to investigate. Therefore, in the Myriad World Ruins, there were basically no cultivators who dared to use their spiritual consciousness to investigate on a large scale generally. Those who could investigate a light year away were considered courageous. Of course, those who were courageous were more likely to provoke the strange things and die faster. Myriad World Ruins, the 8th level of the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. It's finally over. Jiangxi heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect tomorrow's supremacy to have so many problems in cultivation. It only took me a month to explain to Master and the others how to become a heavenly venerable. However, it took me more than 10 years to explain to tomorrow's supremacy how to cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Let's stop here. Jiang Xi stood up and waved his hand, placing the hundreds of millions of inheritance stones back to their original positions. Although 1,000 years had passed in the outside world, he had spent 1 billion years here. He had already memorized the information in the inheritance stones. Of course, with so many inheritance stones, it covered 90% of the primordial realm civilization foundation. It was extremely vast. Although he had memorized it all, the follow-up research would take a long time. He would need to study it slowly in the future. No matter how much he studied it now, it would not increase his strength. He had to go out and continue cultivating. Of course, the main reason was that his experience points were almost used up. He looked at the changes in the experience points interface. Cultivation, True Body, 5th Transformation, True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 Trillion. Clone, 5th Transformation, True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 Trillion. Dao Technique, Ultimate Sword Dao, 1000 Yuan, 1000 Yuan. 5 Elements, Heavenly Dao, 1000 Yuan, 1000 Yuan. Life, Heavenly Dao, 1000 Yuan, 1000 Yuan. Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Dao Scroll, 10,000 Yuan, 10,000 Yuan. 8 Lives, 1675 Yuan, 10,000 Yuan. Cloud Annihilation, 1785 Yuan, 10,000 Yuan. Cultivation Technique, Purple Cloud Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion, 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 2,510 trillion eternal experience point. 3. In the 1 billion years of seclusion in the million-fold time acceleration domain, Zhang Xi fell into a special state and did not continue to use the interface to deduce. However, he was still awake for the first 100 million years. He used the experience points interface to raise the 3 great heavenly Dao to the perfected realm. The 3 great unique secret techniques had also improved a lot. Among them, because the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was created by him, it was perfected when it was created. As for 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation, it took him a total of 30 million years to reach the beginner level of understanding. Then, he used the interface to raise it to the current realm. If it were not for the lack of experience points, he would have already raised it to the perfected state of the first level. As for the secret techniques in the past, Zhang Xi naturally did not care for them with the inheritance of the 8 clouds. After changing the 2 great unique techniques, those secret techniques were automatically removed from the interface. These 2 great unique techniques are really powerful. Although they have not even reached 20% of the first level, the strength of my body and primordial spirit have already improved a lot. Zhang Xi carefully sensed. In the past, his body strength was only at the beginner level of a Stage 6 Supreme Treasure. Now it was much stronger than many ordinary Stage 6 Supreme Treasures. The strength of his primordial spirit had also improved from the beginner level of a Stage 1 Heavenly Master to the level of an ordinary Stage 1 Heavenly Master. This was only the first level of 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation. These 2 great unique techniques had 8 levels. If I can complete the first level, then my body strength should be at the level of a Stage 7 Supreme Treasure. The strength of my primordial spirit should be at the level of a second step Heavenly Venerable. Zhang Xi was filled with anticipation. Then he started to worry again. Even if he got out, where would he get experience points? What he needed for his cultivation now was eternal experience points. This meant that he had to kill at least a Dao Lord to satisfy his cultivation needs. If he wanted to obtain experience points by killing ordinary cultivators and convert them bit by bit, he would probably not be able to collect enough eternal experience points by the end of this calamity. Let's leave the 8 cloud ruins first. Zhang Xi shook his head. Besides the experience points, there was a Stage 9 Supreme Treasure outside waiting for him to refine. After refining Mount Xianhuang, I can choose to break through and become a Dao Lord. But before that, there is one more thing I need to do. Whoosh! Zhang Xi moved his mind and a space vortex appeared in front of him. Then he stepped into it and arrived at another inheritance space. Treasure space. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the void. Right in the middle was a towering treasure mountain. On top of the treasure mountain, there was a dazzling brilliance that shot into the sky, revealing endless power. Every ray of brilliance was so strong that it made Zhang Xi's heart tremble. It was as if thousands of heavenly venerables were self-destructing. The waves of overwhelming power made Zhang Xi breathless. There are a total of 361 treasures that have been accumulated over the years by generations of 8 clouds. Unfortunately, I can only take one and I have to put one back while I'm still alive. Zhang Xi looked at the treasure mountain. That was the rule. Every generation of 8 clouds did the same. Generally, they would take one and put one back. If they were strong and had great achievements in the future, They could put 2 or 3 back and it would be considered a contribution to the 8 clouds. What Yakin had taken from the Mountain of Treasures and returned to the Mountain of Treasures was recorded on the stone tablet of the Mountain of Treasures. The 361 treasures on this mountain had a special name in the primordial realm. They were called origin embryos. This was a kind of precious treasure that was refined according to the unique refining methods of the primordial realm. Every one of them was enough to make those primordial chaos realm superpowerhouses excited. Embryos meant embryos. For a cultivator, different treasures were needed at different times. For example, a tribulation transcender wouldn't be able to use a 6th-tier supreme treasure. Therefore, any formed supreme treasure couldn't be used by a powerhouse forever. Therefore, there was a special treasure like the origin embryo that was not fully formed and had relatively low requirements. Even tribulation transcender powerhouses could use it. To be precise, it was a kind of magic treasure that could grow. It could continuously absorb and integrate with other supreme treasures to strengthen the origin of the origin embryo and achieve the purpose of upgrading. As long as the owner of the origin embryo was strong enough, it could provide enough supreme treasures to devour. In that case, this origin embryo would be able to grow into an extremely terrifying top treasure in the end. I can only choose one. What should I choose? Sword embryo. Jiang Xi really wanted to take a few more. However, the mountain of treasures in front of him was built by the ancestor, Divine King 8 Clouds. The restrictions inside were not something he could undo. He had to have 8 Clouds inheritance imprint to take out an origin embryo. Without the inheritance imprint, even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't be able to take away the treasures here unless he was stronger than Divine King 8 Clouds. However, if he had that kind of strength, he probably wouldn't take a fancy to this mountain of treasures. Every one of them seems to be made by nature. Jiang Xi strolled on the mountain of treasures. Rays of light soared into the sky, emitting powerful auras. Once they erupted, even heavenly venerables would be instantly killed. However, there were special restrictions on this mountain that suppressed the power of every origin embryo, so they wouldn't threaten Jiang Xi. Attack, armor, essence, soul, flight. So many strange treasures. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one, envious. He really wanted to take the full set of 4 treasures and leave. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Jiang Xi stopped halfway up the mountain, looking at a tall stone sword. This stone sword looked like it was carved from rock, but also looked like it was formed by natural weathering. It was incomparably tall. Casually taking it out, it could form a mountain on its own. Although it was inserted into the mountainside, the position of the sword hilt was the same height as the mountain of treasures. Of course, what attracted Jiang Xi the most was still this stone sword's outer shape. Among these 361 origin embryos, there are 6 sword embryos. Only this one is very similar to the killing shadow sword that I used since young. It's just that the blade is longer, leaning more toward power. This is even better. After I cultivate 8 lives, my body will definitely be more powerful than same-rank powerhouses. Adding on this sword, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. This is it. Jiang Xi walked forward and reached his hand out to touch the massive stone sword. Buzz. Immediately, a layer of light film appeared on the entire stone sword surface. On it, countless patterns and symbols flowed rapidly. Compared to the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains that he comprehended previously, this was clearly much more complicated. Boom! The entire mountain of treasures began to tremble. Light began to appear in every corner, reflecting the light of this massive stone sword. A legacy mark appeared between Jiang Xi's eyebrows, forming a resonance with the light. Immediately after, he realized that he had formed a special connection with this stone sword, as if it was a part of his body. This was obviously a more advanced method of recognizing its owner. Origin embryos are magical treasures that can only be refined with a huge price. The current 8 clouds, remember, it will be your partner for life, your best friend in life and death. Treat it well. An old voice sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. This voice, is it the founder of the treasure mountain, the 8 Clouds King? Jiang Xi was a little surprised, but still bowed respectfully. Then he looked at the massive stone sword in front of him and thought, small, small, small. Immediately, the towering stone sword shrunk rapidly. Soon it had shrunk to a height that was slightly higher than Jiang Xi's waist. Buzz! Jiang Xi waved the sword lightly without using any Dao techniques or mystic arts. The sword blade had an invisible sharpness, causing a mark to appear in the surrounding space. This power! Jiang Xi was surprised and delighted. The Eight Clouds Pavilion was also refined by the founder, the Eight Clouds King, and the space inside was extremely stable. Even he had to use the newly created Level 7 Mystic Arts, the third move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Dao Scroll, to leave a mark in this space. And now this sword embryo's blade could cause a visible mark in space. It was enough to see how powerful this treasure was. Although it's only at the beginning of Level 7, it's still a Level 7 treasure. Jiang Xi smiled. Compared to Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Xianhuang, this sword embryo's grade was much lower. However, this sword embryo was a growth type. As long as it devoured enough treasures, it was not impossible for it to reach the level of Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Xianhuang. Most importantly, this sword embryo was completely compatible with him, making it easier to use. In battle, it was naturally easier for him to unleash his strength. After I stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first sword I used was the Shadow's Lair sword. And this sword embryo is a weapon that can accompany me for life. It can accompany me to the peak or accompany me to my death. Jiang Xi lowered his head and gently stroked the sword with his finger. This sword should also be called the Shadow's Lair sword. With a thought, Jiang Xi left two simple words on the sword, Shadow's Lair. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation on Earth, he had used many sword-type Dharma treasures. Now he had finally found a sword that he could use all the time. The Shadow's Lair sword. Senior Eight Clouds, I know you look down on those ordinary treasures, but you should at least leave a few hundred of them in the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi sighed. If there were so many ordinary treasures, the sword embryo would have a source of devouring in the future. However, the inheritance stone left behind by the Eight Clouds Divine General had recorded it very clearly. Each Eight Cloud could only take one origin embryo in the inheritance. As for the other treasures, the Eight Clouds of each generation had to fight for them. Fortunately, the candidates also left some treasures behind during the inheritance selection. With a thought, over 10,000 treasures of various types appeared in front of Jiang Xi, ranging from Stage 1 to Stage 7. There was one Stage 7 treasure, which was the Heavenly Feather Race's treasure, the Rippling Palace. There were 121 Stage 6 treasures, most of which came from the candidates of the three major forces of the Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Great Sky Holy Land, and the Red Lotus Holy Land. The three major forces were rich, and experts above the Dao Monarch level basically all had Stage 6 treasures. There were 2,560 Stage 5 treasures, which came from the Dao Monarchs and some perfected Monarch level candidates. There were 16,872 treasures of Stage 4 and below, which were basically left behind by the candidates of the three major forces of the Chaos Sea. Given their foundation, those 9 Tribulation Transcender candidates, who were sent to participate in this inheritance selection, all had Stage 1 or Stage 2 treasures. We'll keep the 7th grade and 6th grade supreme treasures for the human race's experts. We'll keep some for the Earth's lineage, and the remaining ones will be devoured by the slaughtering Shadow Sword. Riverward quickly distributed the treasures. The 4th square of the Eight Cloud Ruins was a green grassland. It was very spacious, and only an 8-story ancient pavilion stood at the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, the towering Eight Cloud Pavilion disappeared into thin air. It was replaced by a man wearing black armor with golden patterns and carrying a stone sword on his back. From what Master and Venerable Ming said, it seems that the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land, and the Heavenly Feather Race have many experts lying in ambush outside the Eight Cloud Ruins to capture me? Jiang Xi frowned slightly. This was a troublesome matter. With his current strength, he had already surpassed a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Even if he met a first-step Heavenly Venerable, he would still dare to fight. However, if he was facing dozens of Heavenly Venerables, and there were even third-step Heavenly Venerables, he would definitely not be their match. Should I use the Heaven Connecting Tower and rush out? Jiang Xi shook his head. This was not a foolproof plan. Although the Heaven Connecting Tower was sturdy, it could only block those attacks. It would be difficult to break out directly. If those experts lying in ambush outside trapped him and sent him to a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea, then it would be over. For example, the depths of the myriad world ruins 90,000 light-years below was known as the forbidden area of the Chaos Sea. Since countless eras, no force had been able to explore the area 90,000 light-years below the myriad world ruins. Even Qing Shuang's clan, which was so powerful, could only explore 90,000 light-years deep and did not dare to go any further. Any expert who entered that area would not be able to return. Jiang Xi's mind turned rapidly as he considered how to break out. At the entrance of the myriad world ruins, a middle-aged man in white held a golden armillary staff. He broke through the void and teleported to the outside of the huge abyss. After 30,000 years, I finally arrived here from the Golden River. Heavenly Feather Tribe, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, you want to kill my tribe's prodigy. Have you asked for my permission? Tomorrow Venerable looked at the huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years. In fact, ever since he knew that Jiang Xi had entered the 8 Cloud Ruins, he had rushed here alone. He did not have a 7th-order flying treasure to break through the many dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, nor could he cross half of the Chaos Sea quickly through the mysterious monitoring space channel like Jiang Xi. Chapter 626. A year later. 8 Cloud Ruins, the 4th Square. Ming Zun is here? Jiang Xi was surprised and happy. His clone had just received a message from Ming Tianzuan. Who would have thought that the strongest powerhouse of the human race would spend a total of 30,000 years to rush here from Goldflow River? These were 2 great forbidden grounds that crossed the Chaos Sea, and there were countless difficulties and dangers within. I preached to Ming Zun for more than 10 years, but he did not reveal anything to me. I was still worried about how to leave. Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. However, if Ming Zun helps me break the encirclement of those forces, my chances of escaping will greatly increase. Jiang Xi followed the path he came from. He passed through the 3rd square, the 2nd square, and finally arrived at the 1st square. He stood at the place where the first round of selection was and looked at the void world. He was filled with emotions. 30,000 years of experience flashed before his eyes like an illusion. The figure of the 8 Cloud General seemed to still be standing beside the altar, and had not dissipated. Perhaps during the first stage, he had already decided that I was the inheritor, and the subsequent stages were just a formality. This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. The 8 Cloud General already knew that he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower, and this treasure used to belong to a divine king of the primordial realm. It could be said that there was an unbreakable fate between him and the primordial realm. Chaos Origin Divine General, Divine King and Ruler. From this point of view, the Divine King had a higher status than the 8 Cloud General. She should be at the same level as the 8 Cloud Divine King. What kind of person was she? Jiang Xi shook his head gently and hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart. He then took out the heaven-reaching tower and shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust. He then flew toward the glowing stone door. This void world still hides some secrets. I'll leave it for the future. He took one last look at the void world that had brought him great opportunities. Jiang Xi did not take away the 9-realm puppet because it was the most common type in the trial space of the 8 Cloud Pavilion. The stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud Ruins was located had a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. It was neither big nor small in the Wanjie Ruins, which was a strange place. Spiritual sense was not very useful. The 3 major forces that had been monitoring the 8 Cloud Ruins did not dare to let down their guard. From where they were, they could see the stone door in the red fog with their naked eyes. Right now the stone door was still tightly shut. Suddenly the stone door seemed to move, opening a gap, but nothing seemed to have happened. Did you see that? The stone door should have been slightly open just now. Quick, that Tao Lord of the mountains and seas must have already slipped out. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let him escape. Exalted Celestial Myriad Net, and the 20 universe Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land were the first to grow wary. Although they could see the stone door with their naked eyes from where they were standing, they could not see it clearly because they were still quite far away. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already shrunk Tongtian Tower to the extreme, so it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. As for spiritual sense detection, first of all, spiritual sense could not be released wantonly in the Wuxia ruins. Secondly, even if they could use spiritual sense, these experts would not dare to check the situation in the Eight Cloud ruins for fear of angering the divine general of the Eight Cloud inside. All of you keep a close watch. Heavenly Master Wan Luo immediately became nervous and ordered, "Don't be careless. Once you discover a flying treasure or other flying object, you must stop it. Don't let Dao Lord of the Mountains and Seas escape." Yes, the 20-universe realm Dao Lords responded in unison. The Supremes have already told us many times. This is a matter of great importance. Moreover, the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race are lurking nearby, wanting to capture the last inheritor. We have been guarding for so long. Don't let them take advantage of us in the end. Heavenly Master Wan Luo shouted. Aha, Lord Wan Luo, don't worry. We have so many level 7 ultimate treasures. Even the 7 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Race can't take the inheritor away from us. The 8 Cloud inheritance will belong to the Great Sky Sacred Ground in the end. The battle was about to start. At this moment, the Great Sky Sacred Ground wasn't the only one who noticed the strange movements of the stone door. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race who were guarding the other areas also noticed the experts of the 3 factions who had been peaceful for 1,000 years, as well as the experts of the other factions in the Chaos Sea, were all excited. That stone door is finally moving. The inheritor is coming out. This is our race's last hope for eternity. We must capture that inheritor. That despicable 8 Cloud Divine General caused the deaths of 2 heavenly masters and many Dao Lords of our race. He even wants to cut off our race's hope for eternity. His inheritor must die. No matter how great the potential of this inheritor is or how great the threat is, he has to pass today's trial. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would need enough time to grow. Even if he obtains the inheritance now, he won't be much stronger in a short period of time. Although our race is the strongest race in the first universe and the 3rd largest faction in the Chaos Sea, once the calamity descends, as long as there is no eternity, even the strongest race will perish. For eternity, we don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to care about the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land. So what if they are Holy Land universes? In front of the opportunity for eternity, there is only one word: snatch. This is our last hope. The remaining 7 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather Race communicated through their avatars. Let's wait and see. Let the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land fight for it first. The experts of the other factions will definitely make a move. The fight for the inheritor this time won't be that simple. Although there are only 3 factions on the surface, there might be more hidden in the dark. That's right. That Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea has obtained the inheritance and must have means to protect himself. It won't be easy to capture him. Let's wait and see first and then find the right opportunity. We have already guarded the various safe routes. As long as he passes through one of these safe routes, the 7 of us can join forces and capture him in one fell swoop. The eyes of the 7 sacred masters emitted a divine light in killing intent. This time it wasn't just a battle for revenge. It was a battle to change the fate of their race. According to the 8 Cloud Divine General, the Heavenly Feather Race was an eternal race. In the next calamity, the Heavenly Feather Race would be born again in the Chaos Sea. However, that Heavenly Feather Race only had the same bloodline as this Heavenly Feather Race. It had nothing to do with them. Only when they were truly eternal could it be called eternal. At the same time, the various factions lurking around the 8 Cloud ruins had yet to confirm who the inheritor was. However, this didn't hinder their next move. They knew that what they had to do was to capture the inheritor. Whether it's Perfected Lord Hu Yu, Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea, or any other candidate, it's fine as long as we capture him. This was the common thought of all the factions. Zhang Xiai only came out after confirming that tomorrow Venerated Ming was near the 8 Cloud ruins. With tomorrow Venerated Ming's cooperation, I'll break through even the heavenly net. The heaven-connecting tower was like a speck of dust, advancing at high speed in the quiet void. When the distance was too far, it was hard to see with the naked eye. One could only see it clearly when they were close. This is that flying treasure of the pagoda? It's Tao Lord of the Mountain Seas. A Tao Lord of the Great Sky Holy Land hurriedly contacted Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo and the other Tao Lords through his avatar. Haha, stop him first. I'll rush over now. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo was pleasantly surprised. Alright. Tao Lord CG received the order and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying towards the tower. Boom! 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 Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo rode on his 7th grade flying treasure and followed a safe path. His speed instantly increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast that before Tao Lord CG could get close to Jiang Xi, Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo had already arrived. Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea, my race's Great Sky Supreme wants to meet you. Why don't you follow me to the Great Sky Holy Land? He said loudly. There was no arrogance in his tone, only incomparable confidence. The heaven-connecting tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, stopped in the void. Jiang Xi was in the space of the heaven-connecting tower, looking at the outside world. Great Sky Holy Land? As expected of the number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea, they're even the first to make a move. This should be Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo. He's a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate and has a full set of 7th grade treasures. He's a top expert among the Heavenly Venerates. He once blocked the other factions at the entrance of the 8 Cloud Ruins for a long time. Jiang Xi thought to himself. After thinking about it, his voice transmitted through the heaven-connecting tower. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo, I have urgent matters to attend to in the 4th universe. When I'm done, it won't be too late to meet your Supremes. What do you think? Uh-oh, my race's Supremes invited you. You're not even going to give them face? Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo smiled, but his heart was filled with coldness. Return to the 4th universe? Once Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo returned, the other factions could only watch helplessly. After all, no faction dared to provoke the original wills of the 4 primal universes. They were existences that could suppress even invincible Heavenly Venerates. Could it be that when your Great Sky Holy Land invites guests, you forcefully invite them? Riverward's expression was indifferent. I've already said good things. Since you don't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo sneered. He steered the sword-shaped flying boat straight to the airspace above sky-piercing tower. Then the sword-shaped flying ship opened up a huge hole, and an extremely strong suction force burst out, enveloping the entire sky-connecting tower, trying to suck Riverward and the supreme treasure inside. Suck it in. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo shouted. Do you think I'll be sucked in just because you said so? Jiang Xi smiled. Swoosh. Suddenly, the heaven-connecting tower that was being sucked in disappeared, and was replaced by an 8-story pavilion. The heaven-connecting tower was one of his trump cards. It was better not to expose it for the time being. However, the 8-cloud pavilion did not have such scruples. Back at the 4th square of the 8-cloud ruins, many candidates saw this special treasure and knew that it was the treasure of the 8-cloud inheritance. Therefore, they did not have to worry about it being exposed. Even if they did not take it out now, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew how powerful the 8-cloud pavilion was. That's the 8-cloud pavilion. As expected, Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo's expression changed when he saw the 8-story pavilion. In the end, the Celestial Exalts and Tao Lord candidates had all died within this treasure. Get in. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo drove his 7th grade flying boat with all his might, trying to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in. Boom! However, no matter how hard he tried, the 8-cloud pavilion did not budge. Instead, it was rapidly expanding. Previously, it was only a few dozen meters tall. In the blink of an eye, it became a gigantic object that was 1 trillion kilometers tall. Then, the tip of the gigantic pavilion broke through the void and flew forward majestically. It was not afraid of the suction force at all. Oh no! Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo's expression changed drastically. He realized that it was impossible to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in with the suction force of the treasure. Block it! He drove the flying boat and crashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. Boom! The 2 colossal objects collided in the void. In the silent Wanjie ruins, even time and space were originally still, but now there were waves after waves of great waves. However, The 8-cloud pavilion only shook slightly and dissipated the terrifying impact of the collision. Then it continued to fly forward unstoppably. This was a treasure made by the ancestor of the 8-cloud lineage, the 8-cloud godly king, and it contained a miniature universe. A third step, Heavenly Venerate wanted to shake the 8-cloud pavilion with just a 7th-grade treasure? It was impossible. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo could only watch as the 8-cloud pavilion got further and further away from him. Lord Wan Luo, let me help you. At this moment, Dao Lord Hai Ji flew over. Quick, trap him in front. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo said anxiously. Go. Dao Lord Hai Ji blocked the path of the 8-cloud pavilion and waved his hand, sending out a golden stream of light. It was a 6th-grade special true treasure in the shape of a golden net. It was used to restrain enemies. The golden net rapidly expanded in the air, and soon it was more than 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in diameter, and enveloped the 8-cloud pavilion. Small. Dao Lord Hai Ji controlled it with all his might. However, no matter how he controlled the golden net, the 8-cloud pavilion did not show any signs of shrinking. Instead, it continued to fly forward. Ka. The golden net emitted a sound similar to that of metal cracking, as if it was about to break. Not good. Dao Lord Hai Ji's expression changed. Lord Wan Luo, I can't stop it either. Within the core inheritance space of the 8-cloud pavilion, Jiang Xi sat leisurely in front of the wooden house on the island. This is the place. Break. He smiled gently. Boom. The 8-cloud pavilion, which had been traveling at 100 times the speed of light, suddenly sped up, and a powerful force exploded. Dao Lord Hai Ji, who was in front, was too close to dodge. Pooh. This universe-level Dao Lord, who had the combat power of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, was crushed by the 8-cloud pavilion, his body and soul destroyed. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo's expression changed slightly. Then he snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he once again used his flying boat to chase after the 8-cloud pavilion. At the same time, the phantom of a golden hammer formed out of thin air. With the terrifying might of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, it smashed towards the 8-cloud pavilion. A 9th-grade mystic art. Within the 8-cloud pavilion, Jiang Xi's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 627. The 8-cloud pavilion could withstand the impact of a Tier 7 treasure, but it might not be able to withstand the power of a Tier 9 mystic technique. A Tier 9 mystic technique represented the limit of a Heavenly Venerable. One step further and it would be at the supreme level. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's attack was supported by a Tier 7 treasure. It could definitely severely injure or even kill a first-step Heavenly Venerable. Therefore, Jiang Xi was not sure if he could withstand such an attack. Boom! The giant hammer shadow formed by the Tier 9 mystic technique shattered the void and instantly smashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. A terrifying power erupted instantly, trying to break through the layers of barriers of the 8-cloud pavilion and attack Jiang Xi in the core inheritance space. However, there were too many inheritance spaces within the 8-cloud pavilion. The power of the giant hammer shadow was weakened layer by layer. When it finally reached Jiang Xi, it was only left with the power of a Tier 2 mystic technique. Looks like I underestimated the 8-cloud pavilion. This is a treasure that is not inferior to the sky-reaching tower. The difference is that the main function of the 8-cloud pavilion is to nurture super experts. It doesn't have any attack power. Jiang Xi smiled and crushed the last giant hammer shadow. However, it's enough to deal with the current situation. Boom! 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 The 8-cloud pavilion crushed all obstacles and flew forward at high speed with an unstoppable momentum. He's actually unscathed? Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was shocked. He had used his strongest attack just now, but it still could not do anything to Jiang Xi. What should we do? Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was really anxious. He was very clear about the situation. Although Jiang Xi was an inheritor, the forces in the Chaos Sea did not take Jiang Xi seriously. Therefore, the various forces set up layers of ambushes outside the 8-cloud pavilion in preparation to capture Jiang Xi. The Juntian sacred ground relied on many Tier 7 treasures, and the fact that the various forces were not united to set up an ambush closest to the 8-cloud pavilion. If Jiang Xi was allowed to break out of their encirclement, the other forces outside would rush in. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it was hard to say who Jiang Xi would fall into. Until now, Celestial Venerate Wan Luo still hadn't taken Jiang Xi seriously. He believed that Jiang Xi had only relied on the 8 Clouds Pavilion of the 8 Clouds Inheritance to block his attack as long as they could stop Jiang Xi. In the end, regardless of whether it was the 8 Clouds Inheritance or the 8 Clouds Pavilion, both would belong to their Great Sky Holy Land. The problem now was how to stop Jiang Xi, who seemed impossible to stop at all. Could it be that they were just going to watch Jiang Xi rush out of their encirclement and let the other forces join in the fight? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more than 10 figures flew over from all directions. They were the other 19 universe-level Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Let's attack together and stop him. Heavenly Premier Wan Luo shouted anxiously. Buzz! Immediately, many secret technique phantoms condensed in the void. Most of them were the giant hammer phantoms unique to the Great Sky Sacred Ground. There were also 8-armed giants, strange beasts, supreme treasures, and so on. This was the attack of the 19 top universe-level Tao Lords. Not only were there 3 half-step heavenly venerates, but half of them also had 7th-grade supreme treasures. Their combined attack was enough to fight against 3 to 5 heavenly venerates. Boom! 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 All the attacks hit the 8 Clouds Pavilion at almost the same time. A huge explosion occurred, and a terrifying power swept across a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Even the void of the myriad world's ruins that was still had terrifying abyssal cracks appearing. However, when everything calmed down, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was still unaffected, and it continued to move forward unstoppably. We can't stop him. Lord Wan Luo, what should we do? If this continues, he'll escape. The remaining 19 universe-level Tao Lords were also anxious. They kept shortening the distance between them and the 8 Clouds Pavilion, trying to shrink the encirclement. Within the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Xi's expression was still calm, but he was calculating his position and the best route in his heart. Don't get too close. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo hurriedly reminded. The scene of Jiang Xi driving the 8 Clouds Pavilion and killing a half-step Heavenly Venerate was still clearly imprinted in his mind. The 19 universe-level Tao Lords didn't know about this situation. When they heard this warning, they reacted quickly and immediately retreated. Too late. Jiang Xi sneered. Speed up. Instantly, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion increased from 100 times the speed of light to 10,000 times the speed of light. Of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords, the furthest one was only 10 million kilometers away. With the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he could cross it almost instantly. Swoosh! The 8 Clouds Pavilion shattered the void. First, it crushed the nearest universe-level Tao Lord. Then it drew a beautiful arc and crashed into the second Tao Lord. Puff! Puff! You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. A series of notifications sounded on the interface, indicating that one universe-level Tao Lord after another had been killed. Run! Retreat! Run! Even if they wanted to escape, how could they escape? In the end, only one of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords had a Tier 7 protective treasure. He wasn't directly crushed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion, but he was more than half dead. The rest had all died. At the same time, their treasures were also instantly collected by Jiang Xi into the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi, you deserve to die. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo was shocked and angry, but more than that, he felt incredulous. Aha, you've lived for so long. How can you say such things? Jiang Xi laughed loudly. At the same time, the 8 Clouds Pavilion continued to advance unstoppably. Boom! 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 Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo continuously used his strongest attacks. Numerous golden hammer phantoms formed by Tier 9 mystic arts struck the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. However, these attacks were destined to be futile. Soon Jiang Xi charged out of the encirclement occupied by the June Sky Sacred Land, and was seen by even more factions. It's the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The successor is charging out with the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The June Sky Sacred Land couldn't catch him or stop him. This is our chance. Attack. In this area, not only was there the second largest faction in the Chaos Sea, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, but there was also the Heavenly Feather Race that was not weak at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Feather Race could be said to have sent the strongest forces this time. There were a total of 7 Heavenly Venerate Sacred Lords. In addition, many factions in the first, second, and third universes, as well as Heavenly Venerate Lone Travelers, were not easy to deal with either. Some factions, even if their Heavenly Venerates were weaker than the Heavenly Feather Race, would only send more peak universe realm Dao Lords. After seeing the 8 Clouds Pavilion, these factions added up to more than 50 Heavenly Venerates and nearly 1,000 Dao Lords. They immediately entered a frenzied state of attack. In mid-air, powerful and terrifying attacks easily distorted and shattered the space-time of the myriad world's ruins. Some tried to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion directly, while others attacked indiscriminately. They not only attacked the 8 Clouds Pavilion but also other factions, trying to mess up the situation. This was because only when the situation was chaotic would those weaker factions and lone Heavenly Venerates have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Boom! Boom! Crash! These attacks landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion, causing it to tremble again and again. Finally, its speed was affected and it slowed down. Amidst this huge commotion, 5-colored brilliance circulated. In an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman's. The woman's face was blurred. She was nearly 1 light-year tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on her back. She held a giant sword in both hands and looked extremely divine. This was the supreme light figure summoned by the 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. It was the Heavenly Feather General from countless eras ago. When Jiang Xi first entered the Chaos Sea, he had seen 2 Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Feather Race join forces to summon a supreme light figure. However, its power was obviously not as strong as the one before him. That formless pressure completely enveloped the world, as if it was some kind of supreme existence. Humph! The supreme light figure with a blurry face waved the giant sword in her hand and drew a circle in the air. Then that circle was like a black hole that quickly swallowed the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. Even Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo, who had a full set of 7th-grade supreme treasures, could not shake the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the supreme light figure of the Heavenly Feather Race could do it. This showed how powerful they were. However, in the next moment, bam, 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 almost at the same time, a total of 10 7th-grade supreme treasures struck that supreme light figure, causing it to crumble. Damn it! The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were furious they had seen the opportunity just now. When they saw that the 8 Clouds Pavilion's flying speed was affected under the attacks of so many people, they immediately took action. They wanted to use the strongest supreme light figure to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, in such a chaotic battle, their plan failed in the end. 7 birdmen of the Heavenly Feather Race, you want to capture the inheritor? Dream on. My corpse race has been watching you for a long time. In the distance, a sinister old man sitting on a blood-colored coffin laughed sinisterly. Corpse race. The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were even more furious. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race of the First Universe were both races with heaven-defying talents. Because the 2 races had opposing talents, they were natural enemies. Both sides had never stopped fighting, and neither side could see the other side coming out on top. Previously, the Heavenly Feather Race had the 9 sacred lords and could be said to have completely suppressed the Corpse Race. But now, the Heavenly Feather Race only had 7 sacred lords left. When the 2 races fought again, the Corpse Race was not afraid. Boom! 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 The battle in the void became even more intense. So many Heavenly Venerables and Dao Lords were not only besieging Jiang Xi's 8 Clouds Pavilion, but they were also fighting amongst themselves. In the core inheritance space of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Xi was also shocked just now. He was almost swallowed by the supreme light figure of the Heavenly Feather Race. Fortunately, the factions in the Chaos Sea were not united. The attacks of the Heavenly Venerables directly defeated the supreme light figure. As expected of the inheritance method left behind by the Chaos Origin Divine General. Just the supreme light figure is so terrifying. Of course, Jiang Xi was also aware that his current cultivation level was only a 5th transformation True Lord. Once he became a Tao Lord and activated the 8 Clouds Pavilion, the situation would be different. More than 50 heavenly venerables, and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. After being safe again, Jiang Xi's heart burned with passion again. He really wanted to smash these powerhouses that roamed the Chaos Sea to death. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This situation was not like when the Great Sky Holy Land besieged him just now. With so many powerhouses attacking together, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was greatly reduced now. What he needed to consider was how to escape and not to think about gaining experience points. Unless boom, roar, roar. All sorts of terrifying sounds or all sorts of supreme treasures smashed over one after another. There were also all sorts of heavenly venerables above rank 7 that continuously condensed and landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. These attacks broadened Jiang Xi's horizons. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were pitifully few heavenly venerables and even fewer rank 7 supreme treasures. But today, 1/3 of the heavenly venerables and more than half of the Chaos Sea's rank 7 supreme treasures were gathered here. This won't do. Although our attacks slowed down the 8 Clouds Pavilion, they did not cause any damage to the 8 Clouds Pavilion, let alone capture the inheritor in the river. Trap him first. As long as we can stop the 8 Clouds Pavilion, we will have a chance to slowly get him out. These powerhouses discovered the terror of the 8 Clouds Pavilion after a period of chaos and frenzied siege. Those factions that had deliberately wanted to stir up the situation no longer caused trouble. They all focused their firepower on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Instantly, the power of these powerhouses' joint attacks increased explosively. All sorts of attacks became terrifying. A towering giant palm appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the 8 Clouds Pavilion forcibly flew along with the giant palm. The supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race also appeared once again. The giant sword transformed into a black hole, wanting to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There were also giant hammer phantoms, red lotus phantoms, saber lights, sword lights, and so on. All sorts of secret techniques and supreme treasures flooded the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy tide swept through an area of hundreds of light years. The power that erupted completely squeezed this space. Under such a situation, the 8 Clouds Pavilion was finally forced to stop. Not good. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He was afraid of falling into this passive situation. Once trapped, he would be at the mercy of others. Haha. This is a big scene. However, at this moment, a loud laughter that sounded like the roar of heaven and earth resounded through the void, suppressing the voices of all the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords. Boom! At the same time, a golden staff shadow that was close to a light year long swept over from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the staff shadows passed, the Tao Lords would explode like illusions. Nearly 100 of them had perished in an instant. Tomorrow Venerable. Damn it, it's Tomorrow Venerable. All the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords were shocked and furious. Such a big scene is rare. The white-robed Tomorrow Venerable finally arrived on the battlefield with the armillary staff in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at his enemies. Kill him. Split up a portion of the heavenly venerables and surround Tomorrow Venerable. The rest of the powerhouses continued to attack the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Although the experts present were furious, they quickly responded to the situation. The first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, the 2 third-step Heavenly Venerables, attacked Tomorrow Venerable together with 8 other Heavenly Venerables. Heh! Tomorrow Venerable chuckled. Then he suddenly shouted, 8th move. Boom! 8 towering figures of Tomorrow Venerable suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. One of them was slightly blurry, but each of them held a armillary staff and swept across the land with a radius of 1 light year. These 8 figures were located in 8 different directions. It was as if they had turned this world into Tomorrow Venerable's world. And Tomorrow Venerable's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, many mystic technique attacks within it exploded. Only a few rank 9 mystic techniques and a few rank 8 mystic techniques resisted the pressure of this world. But then in the darkness, a glowing shadow of a staff appeared. The strange thing was that this staff shadow didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. a mystic technique that's close to rank 10. His 8th figure is clearer than the last time. It's also stronger than the last time. We can't fight it head-on. The first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, and the other Heavenly Venerables all looked extremely serious. They also condensed mystic technique shadows. There were giant hammer shadows, supreme light shadows, beasts and dharma treasures. Although the first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo also used rank 9 mystic techniques, their power was obviously inferior to Tomorrow Venerable's staff technique. Boom! The shadow of the staff that was born from the darkness swept across. Boom! Boom! The glowing shadow of the staff, with an unstoppable momentum, almost instantly defeated their attacks. This too strong. Could it be another invincible Heavenly Venerable? All the experts on the battlefield were shocked beyond words. Boom! Tomorrow Venerable didn't stop after his attack. Instead, he swung his armillary staff again and swept it across. 8th move. The shining staff shadow seemed to have descended from another world and swept across again. This time the target of the attack was the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords that were attacking Jiang Xi. Retreat. Dodge. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The more than 40 Heavenly Venerables and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords immediately panicked, especially those Tao Lords. They fled in a hurry, not daring to stay where they were. By now, everyone knew that if these Tao Lords were to be struck by that staff, they would probably be annihilated in body and soul. As they scattered and retreated, Jiang Xi finally had a chance to catch his breath. Just now, the 8 Clouds Pavilion had no chance to escape under the siege of so many experts. Now the situation had changed. Tomorrow Venerable's powerful entrance solved Jiang Xi's predicament with just 3 staff strikes. Haha, my chance is here. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Charge, charge, charge. Almost instantly, he increased the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to 10,000 times the speed of light. Whoosh! The tip of the 8 Clouds Pavilion shot forward, smashing into the fleeing Tao Lords. Puff! Puff! You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +6. Along with the notifications on the experience panel, one Tao Lord after another was killed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There was a miniature universe hidden in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Who could withstand the impact of a miniature universe? The Tao Lords who dared to besiege him were all elites of various factions. Except for a few universe gods, the rest were basically universe gods, but none of them could withstand the impact of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. About 30 light years away from the 8 Clouds ruins, the originally still spacetime was distorted. In the distorted spacetime, there was an ordinary bluestone hidden. An old man wearing a beast skin robe was sitting on the bluestone. The 8 Clouds Pavilion lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone looked from afar, his deep gaze passing through 30 light years of space, as expected of a treasure refined by godly King 8 Clouds. Although it's not an offensive treasure, it's still so powerful. He chuckled. Tomorrow Venerable, the kid who followed Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then, has grown up. He's almost as strong as Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then. Seems that I was overthinking this time. With him around, I don't have to do anything. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head slightly. Then the distorted spacetime returned to normal, and the mysterious Heavenly Venerable left quietly. First attack, then change. Chapter 628. Crash. 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 Jiang Xi controlled the 8 Clouds Pavilion and crazily crashed into the fleeing Tao Lords. In the chaos, no matter how the Tao Lords stopped resisting or fled, they couldn't stop the 8 Clouds Pavilion's attack. Puff! Puff! One Tao Lord after another exploded in midair, transforming into dust. In less than a minute, only 100 or so of the 1,000 Tao Lords remained alive. They had been rather far away from Riverward to begin with, which was why they had managed to survive and preserve their lives. As for the fallen Tao Lords, apart from a few Eon-level Tao Lords, the rest were basically all Universe-level Tao Lords. In addition, none of the Heavenly Venerables died. With the strength of Heavenly Venerables, even first-step Heavenly Venerables, Jiang Xi couldn't use the Eight Clouds Pavilion to smash them to death. Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're finished. The humans of the fourth universe are finished. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you killed my race's Tao Lords. You deserve to die. I'll definitely destroy the humans of the fourth universe. Whether it was the first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerate Myriadnet, and the other 10 Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Venerable Ming, or the 40+ Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Jiang Xi just now, they were all furious. Their hearts were trembling and bleeding. If the 100 Tao Lords that Venerable Ming had killed at the beginning were included, then nearly 1,000 Tao Lords had died in this battle. In order to capture the Inheritor, the various factions of the Chaos Sea had sent out all their elites. In other words, almost 90% of their top Tao Lords had died in this battle. Comparatively speaking, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land were in a better state. They had a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Even though so many universe-level Tao Lords had died, they could quickly replenish them in the future. The other factions that had suffered heavy losses were heartbroken. With so many top Tao Lords dead, they probably wouldn't be able to recover to their previous peak state even after this era ended. Humans, despicable humans. All humans deserve to die. Kill Venerable Ming. The remaining Empyrean powerhouses knew that they could not do anything to the Jiang Xi inside the Eight Cloud Pavilion, so they focused their anger on Empyrean Ming. Apart from the dozen or so Heavenly Venerables who continued to try and stop Jiang Xi, the other 40 or so Heavenly Venerables used their ultimate treasures or 7th, 8th, and 9th level secret techniques to directly attack Heavenly Venerables. That vast momentum was completely capable of instantly annihilating a first-step Empyrean. Ming Tianzuan was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Good. Although the Armillary Sky Staff in his hand was only a grade 6 supreme treasure, he had mastered a secret technique that was close to grade 10. Thus, he was able to crush Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust, who both had a full set of grade 7 supreme treasures. Of course, these two third-step celestial masters didn't have miniature universes, so their actual combat power was weaker than that of ordinary third-step celestial masters. Boom! The staff shadows that were born from the darkness smashed towards the 40+ Empyrean powerhouses again and again. Fighting alone. Haha, great. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. He no longer had the refined image he had before. Now he seemed a little wild, or perhaps a little deranged. It seemed that this was the real him. The Armillary Sky Staff swept in all directions, destroying the shadows of secret techniques and grade 6 and grade 7 true treasures, preventing the 50+ Empyrean masters from getting close to him. At this moment the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire ruins of Myriad World seemed to be affected by this battle, and was constantly shaking. A battle that was close to the level of a supreme. At this time Jiang Xi wasn't idle either. He knew that since he didn't have the strength to participate in the battle with Ming Tianzuan, he should quickly leave this battlefield. This way, Ming Tianzuan could advance or retreat as he pleased and wouldn't be distracted by saving him. So, Eight Cloud Pavilion shuttled rapidly, increasing its speed to 10,000 times the speed of light as it advanced towards the top of the Myriad World's ruins. As long as he left the Myriad World's ruins where time and space were still, he could teleport away. By then, the various powers in the Chaos Ocean wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What should we do? Are we going to let him escape? Are you going to stop him? Who can stop Eight Cloud Pavilion now? Didn't you see that more than 800 Tao Lords were killed just now? I can't accept this. If it wasn't for Ming Tianzuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The 100+ Tao Lords who were lucky enough to escape just now stood far away and watched as Eight Cloud Pavilion broke through the void and went further and further away from them. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed under the lead of more than 10 Tao Lords. Eight Cloud Pavilion moved forward and even deliberately went close to those strange places. More than 10 Heavenly Venerables and 100+ Tao Lords who were following from afar were afraid and didn't dare to get close at all. After all, the green wind and white flames were extremely strange and could even kill Heavenly Venerables. Of course Jiang Xi wasn't courting death because he knew the power of Eight Cloud Pavilion very well. Moreover, he had the map of the Blue Frost Clan and knew more safe routes to the Myriad World's ruins than the Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Some seemingly dangerous places actually had some safe routes hidden, but the various powers in the Chaos Ocean didn't know about them now. Therefore, he used this advantage to force the 10+ Heavenly Venerables and 100+ Tao Lords who were following him to give up in the end. In the silent void, apart from the huge boulders, there were also some flying treasures floating in the air. They were the experts who were chasing Jiang Xi. Damn it! In one of the flying treasures that looked like a palace, the 3 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan roared as they watched 8 Cloud Pavilion fly away. Give up, we give up. It's useless to continue chasing now. I don't believe that Tao Lord Mountain Sea will hide in 8 Cloud Pavilion forever. Or hide in the 4th universe forever. If he wants to become a Heavenly Venerate, he has to go through life and death training again and again. I've never heard of an expert who can become a Heavenly Venerate just by hiding and not fighting. Yes, although he obtained 8 Clouds inheritance, he still needs a lot of battle training if he wants to become a Heavenly Venerate. He even has to adventure with other Heavenly Venerables in the 3 Forbidden Lands. Unless he doesn't want to become a Heavenly Venerate, he has to roam the Chaos Ocean. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Whether it was the Heavenly Feather Clan or the other forces in the Chaos Ocean, they all knew that it was impossible to catch Tao Lord Mountain Sea in this situation. They could only wait for Tao Lord Mountain Sea to train in the Chaos Ocean in the future. However, they had to admit that if they couldn't do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea now, it would be even more difficult to catch him in the vast Chaos Ocean in the future. Jiang Xi finally broke out of the encirclement of the various forces and got rid of the pursuit. With his speed, it would take him about 3 years to leave the Myriad Worlds ruins from the 8 Cloud ruins. To an expert with an endless lifespan, this time was no different from a second. They could close their eyes and meditate for a while and it would pass. Tomorrow Venerate can come and go more freely if he's alone. I don't have to worry about his safety. In the 8 Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, his clone had communicated with Tomorrow Venerate's clone and found out about the current situation. Facing the siege of more than 40 Heavenly Venerate experts, Tomorrow Venerate was not at a disadvantage and was not in danger. Now I can go to Mount Xianhuang without worry. Let's go. Jiang Xi drove the 8 Cloud Pavilion and followed a safe path between the huge rocks and celestial bodies, constantly moving out of the Myriad Worlds ruins. At the same time, he was multitasking and sorting out the gains of this battle. In terms of supreme treasures, although he had killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords, it was the 3 major forces of the Chaos Ocean, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race, who had brought him great gains. This included 15 7th-grade Supreme Treasures and 43 6th-grade Supreme Treasures. The 7th-grade Supreme Treasures all came from the Tao Lords of Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. These 2 Sacred Ground universes had a deep foundation and had accumulated for countless eras. They also had the most 7th-grade Supreme Treasures. This time, in order to catch Jiang Xi, they took out many 7th-grade Supreme Treasures. However, they didn't expect that the universe Tao Lords they sent out would be killed by Jiang Xi. As for Supreme Treasures below 5th grade, there weren't many. Other than 159 5th-grade Supreme Treasures, there were basically none below 4th grade. After all, the Tao Lords who dared to participate in this siege all had the strength to dominate the Chaos Ocean. Naturally, the Supreme Treasures on them wouldn't be bad. I'll keep the 7th-grade Supreme Treasures and 6th-grade Supreme Treasures to improve the foundation of the human race. I'll use the rest to improve the Killing Shadow Sword, Jiang Xi thought to himself then. He opened the Experience Points panel and checked the changes in his experience points. This was the main point. Eternal Experience Points. 8,169. He had slain nearly 1,000 Tao Lords, but roughly 10% of them were at the Aeon level. The rest were all at the universe level. This battle could be set to be a huge harvest. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to kill those Heavenly Venerables. Otherwise, the harvest this time would be even more. Jiang Xi shook his head. However, with so many eternal experience points, the 2 ultimate techniques can be improved again. 8 lives, 1,675 yuan / 10,000 yuan for the first level. Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan / 10,000 yuan for the first level. If he could complete the first level of these two ultimate techniques, the strength of his body and primordial spirit would be able to reach another level. When I subdue Mount Xianhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm and kill heavenly venerables. It's not impossible. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it as he drove the Eight Clouds Pavilion forward. At the same time, in the fourth universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of a huge stone table in the starry sky. Haha, awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good battle. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. I don't think you're going to save Jiang Xi this time. You're the one who wants to have a good battle, right? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and chuckled. This time, facing so many heavenly venerables, it's all thanks to Jiang Xi. He taught me the Tao for more than 10 years, allowing my staff technique to improve further. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to say. Ming Tianzuan smiled. The Eight Clouds legacy is indeed extraordinary. He only taught you the Tao for more than 10 years and you've gained so much. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments praised. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the starry sky. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Jiang Xi, you've shaken off their pursuit? Ming Tianzuan asked with a smile. I'm already safe. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. Ming Tianzuan, you've also escaped? Do you think those heavenly venerables can keep me here? Ming Tianzuan was very confident Jiang Xi. And Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at each other and smiled. After this battle, the humans of the fourth universe had truly become famous in the Chaos Sea. Even in the long history of the Chaos Sea, killing nearly 1,000 Tao Lords in one battle was something that was extremely rare. I'm here to tell you another piece of good news, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Then, he explained the situation of the supreme treasures obtained in this battle. Ming Tianzuan was one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea apart from the two supremes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was even more composed by nature. However, when they heard that there were a total of 15 7th-tier supreme treasures, they could no longer sit still. They were both surprised and delighted. To be exact, there are 16 7th-tier supreme treasures. When I was in the Eight Cloud Ruins, I also obtained the 7th-tier supreme treasure of the Heavenly Feather Clan. Mudbillow Palace, Jiang Xi said with a smile. How can there be so many? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments could not help but say, 7th-tier supreme treasures can only be encountered by chance. Until now, no one has obtained more than 10 7th-tier supreme treasures by themselves. Even my master, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then, did not obtain one. The Heavenly Feather Clan had 9 supremes back then, but they only obtained one 7th-tier supreme treasure. He then teleported several times and rushed into the chaotic gray fog, heading toward the direction of the mysterious monitoring space. From the Wanjie ruins to Mount Xianhuang, it was equivalent to crossing half of the Chaos Sea. If he only teleported, flew, and rushed through the natural space whirlpool, it would take more than 100 million eras. However, through the space whirlpool in the mysterious monitoring space, he could reach Mount Xianhuang quickly. It would only take a few decades. I'm finally here. In the endless chaotic gray fog, Jiang Xi looked at the towering mountain that was 900 million light-years tall. Although it was still hundreds of light-years away, he could still clearly feel the strong aura that Mount Xianhuang was emitting. The armor treasure formed by the 6 mountains was trembling violently. It's only been tens of thousands of years. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang should not have found a new master yet, Jiang Xi thought to himself. The current spirit of Mount Xianhuang was born after the battle in the relief carvings. The original spirit was destroyed by the enemies of the astral boundary. Until 30,000 years ago, Jiang Xi broke into the origin space of Mount Xianhuang and awakened the weak old spirit. Then he made the old spirit the spirit of the 6 mountains. If he wanted to refine Mount Xianhuang, only one of the 2 spirit treasures could survive. Without a doubt, the old spirit was recognized by Jiang Xi. The current spirit of Mount Xianhuang would be annihilated. Therefore, after Jiang Xi left last time, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang went crazy and wanted to find a new master. As a result, many strange things had happened in Mount Xianhuang in the past tens of thousands of years, attracting the investigation of some heavenly venerables. However, due to the appearance of the 8 Cloud Ruins, These strange things did not attract much attention. Jiang Xi had heard about these things. So many eras have passed, but no new master has been found. It's only been 30,000 years and you want to find one? I don't believe that the meat in my mouth will fly away. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Whoosh! He drove the sky-piercing tower and teleported directly to Mount Xianhuang. As for the 8-cloud pavilion, he had already put it away. After all, the sky-piercing tower was better in terms of sturdiness. Jiang Xi would not risk the 8-cloud pavilion. If it was destroyed by the light blades in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, the loss would be great. First released, then modified. Chapter 629. Jiang Xi followed the directions given to him by the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang last time and quickly arrived at a narrow safe zone. Mount Xianhuang had a total of 36 large safe zones and countless small safe zones. The powerhouses cultivating here were basically all gathered in the large safe zones, so he was not discovered by any powerhouses along the way. Jiang Xi looked around this small safe zone. Not far away was a huge abyssal fissure with terrifying lightning flashing inside. And the main body of Mount Xianhuang was close by. He could feel that aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. I can enter Mount Xianhuang's origin space by tearing open the spatial barrier here. Jiang Xi followed the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang's guidance and found the location where he came out last time. Then he used all his strength to activate Heavenly Tower and directly broke open the void in that area. Rip! A hole was instantly torn open in the spatial barrier, and Heavenly Tower passed through and entered Mount Xianhuang's origin space. Boom! Boom! Endless origin light blades crazily slammed into Heavenspan Tower, causing Heavenspan Tower to be flung away like a rubber ball. Even though Jiang Xi had already created a rank 7 mystic technique and his strength had barely reached the level of a first step Heavenly Venerable, he was still frightened. However, with the experience from last time and the guidance of the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, he was much more relaxed this time. Heavenly Tower turned into a speck of dust and flew between the endless light blades. Soon it arrived in front of the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the origin light blades. This was where the main body of Mount Xianhuang's spirit was. Human, it's you. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang's angry voice suddenly sounded. Although it was incomparably old, it hid endless anger. Last time, it had a lot of its origin devoured by the old spirit. It could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Now that it saw this human again, it was naturally incomparably furious. It's me. Long time no see. Jiang Xi smiled lightly. At the same time, he drove Heavenly Tower and quickly approached the 9-layered mountain peak. Unlike last time, the strength of his primordial spirit had already reached the Heavenly Venerable level, and could already resist the powerful pressure emitted by the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. In just a moment, the distance between him and the 9-layered mountain peak was only 3 kilometers. Why the strength of your soul? The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was immediately shocked. There was even clear fear in its voice. Yes, the strength of a Heavenly Venerable primordial spirit. Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged as he continued to approach its body. No, this is impossible. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was truly panicking. Couldn't believe it. How many years had it been? It was only 30,000 years. In less than an era, the strength of this human true Lord's essence spirit had actually reached the Heavenly Venerable level. It had been standing in the Chaos Sea for countless eras, but it had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Human, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang hurriedly shouted. Under such circumstances, there was no time for it to think too much. Once this human got close to it, he might be able to find a way to refine it. At that time, it would be the time of its death. Too late. Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh! The Heavenly Tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, instantly crossed the final distance and truly stuck to the surface of the 9 mountain peaks formed by the light blades. Although Jiang Xi could still feel waves of terrifying pressure, with the strength of his Heavenly Venerable primordial spirit, he could already bear it, albeit barely. Human, you can't succeed. You can't succeed. As long as I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master, Even if you have a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, you can't succeed. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang saw that its pleading was futile, and no longer pretended as it roared angrily. Oh, Jiang Xi smiled gently. If he hadn't obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he might have been troubled by this for many years. Because even if he had a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he still didn't have a way to refine Mount Xianhuang by force unless the spirit of Mount Xianhuang cooperated with him. Now, with the foundation of the 8 Clouds inheritance, there were naturally many ways to refine it by force. Go. Jiang Xi split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness and formed a mysterious rune out of thin air. Then, this spiritual consciousness rune left the heavenly tower and directly imprinted itself on the 9 mountain peaks. Ah! The spirit of Mount Xianhuang screamed in horror, its voice trembling uncontrollably. This was because the spiritual consciousness rune had shaken its core origin, making it involuntarily want to submit even if it wanted to resist. There was always a thought in its heart that was eroding its will to resist. Don't you dare! Don't you dare refine me! The spirit of Mount Xianhuang's voice was no longer as coherent as before. It was resisting with all its might. I have all the time in the world to waste with you. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time he repeated the process. Every time he split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness to form a spiritual consciousness rune, and imprint it on the 9 mountain peaks. This was the 9 spirits refining technique of the 8 Clouds inheritance, created by the founder, the 8 Clouds Divine King. Forcibly refining a Tier 9 supreme treasure was naturally a piece of cake. Human. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was still roaring, but its voice was starting to weaken. The imprints were preventing it from being distracted. At this rate, I'll probably succeed in 3,000 years. Jiang Xi estimated the time in his mind. Then he used the interface to increase the level of 8 lives in Cloud Destroyer. On the other side, his clone was not idle either. It was also using the interface to convert eternal shards to expand the size of the Grotto Heaven world. The limit of a Grotto Heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. His Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven was currently only 3 billion light-years in diameter. Although it was far more than the 900 million light-years of an ordinary universe realm Tao Lord, it was still far from the limit. Time passed year after year. When Jiang Xi had been refining Mount Xianhuang for 2,600 years, an uninvited guest appeared in the Chaos Sea. The boundless Chaos Sea was like an ocean, with turbulent waves. If one was strong enough and had a wide enough field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies, like islands, floating in this vast sea. Around them there were many small islands like reefs. Above them the endless void was filled with many abyssal rifts. An endless stream of chaotic gray fog poured down from those abyssal rifts. On this day, an abyssal rift that was more than 10 billion light-years wide underwent a change. Inside that abyssal rift, there was originally an endless amount of lightning and thunder. Suddenly a flash of starlight shone, splitting the lightning and thunder. Then the starlight continued to expand, becoming extremely dazzling in an instant. Finally, it condensed into a dazzling ball of starlight, filling the abyssal rift. Kaboom! As if the world was splitting apart, the dazzling ball of starlight suddenly exploded. A handsome young man holding a spear and wearing silver battle armor appeared in the abyssal rift. The lightning and thunder that could instantly annihilate a third step heavenly venerable only bounced slightly after landing on him. Then, like a flame extinguished, there was no more movement. Phew! Really is a ruin. There's an aura of decay. The handsome young man shook his head gently. Back then the Star Lord ordered me to guard the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. It has been more than 3.9 million calamity eras since then. I didn't expect such an opportunity to appear in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea in this calamity era. According to the trace of mystery I sensed more than 30,000 years ago, what appeared this time should be the inheritance of the 8 Clouds lineage. The 8 Clouds lineage of the primordial realm. This is a supreme inheritance more powerful than the 1,000 illusions lineage of the astral realm. The 1,000 illusions immortal general's gaze seemed to have crossed half of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, and arrived at the myriad world ruins. Even though he was already a chaos essence immortal general, he could not suppress his excitement at this moment. The Thousand Illusions immortal general had not experienced the era of confrontation between the two realms. He was born after the primordial realm's army had destroyed many calamity eras on that path. Naturally, he had not seen the power of the Eight Clouds lineage. However, to this day, he could occasionally hear legends of the Eight Clouds lineage in the astral realm and star origin realm. In that era, the Eight Clouds immortal king was the existence closest to the Star Lord and the primordial realm emperor. The inheritance he left behind was naturally one of the top inheritances in the two realms. The primordial realm back then has become the current star origin realm. The primordial realm emperor, the Eight Clouds immortal king, the eternal dawn immortal king. These super experts who once stood at the peak have all left their traces in the primordial realm's chaos sea. This time I paid a huge price to descend here. I must dig it out properly. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's eyes were burning. Then he swung his spear, directly breaking open a deep black hole in the terrifying abyssal rift, and stepped into it. Whoosh, space warped, and this valiant immortal general-level expert appeared a trillion light-years away. Whoosh. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in this extremely dangerous chaos sea. Those perilous places that could annihilate heavenly venerables were no threat to him. Every time he crossed a trillion light-years, it did not take long for the Thousand Worlds ruins to arrive. After arriving at this huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years, he finally stopped. Even if the primordial realm's chaos sea is broken, that overbearing rule still exists. Even I can only exert the strength of a heavenly venerable. The Thousand Illusions immortal general shook his head gently. Otherwise, he would only need to take one step to arrive at the Thousand Worlds. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. Then, he turned his gaze to the entrance of the Thousand Worlds ruins. Looking at the huge abyss, his originally calm face turned solemn. The Thousand Worlds ruins is said to be left behind by the primordial realm emperor. It is said that in a certain era in the future, he will bury the Thousand Worlds. Unfortunately, the primordial realm emperor has passed away. Who can he bury? The Thousand Illusions immortal general sighed. Then, without further thought, he directly entered the Thousand Worlds ruins. However, he did not continue to move forward by a large margin. Instead, he flew quickly toward the Eight Cloud ruins. Whoosh, suddenly, a green wind emerged from a huge stone celestial body beside him and attacked the Thousand Illusions immortal general in an extremely strange manner. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's expression changed drastically as he quickly dodged. However, the green wind was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to lock onto everything. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. Whoosh! At this moment, another huge stone celestial body on the other side emitted a wisp of white flame and attacked him. Impossible! Green wind, white flame. These primordial realm strangeness have long been obliterated by the Star Master. How can they still exist here? The Thousand Illusions immortal general's face revealed a trace of horror as he desperately dodged. However, in the end he was still infected by these two strangeness. My life is over. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's face was ashen. After he arrived, he did not take the primordial realm's chaos sea seriously. However, he did not expect that there would be such terrifying strangeness here. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's expression suddenly froze. I'm fine. He realized that the green wind and white flame had only swallowed a very small portion of his divine body and primordial spirit after landing on him. This level of injury was almost negligible. With his ability, he could recover instantly. So it's the most basic primordial realm strangeness. It's not the kind that could instantly kill an immortal general back then. The Thousand Illusions immortal general heaved a sigh of relief as if he had just survived a disaster. I still have to be more careful. He was no longer as unrestrained as before. Instead, he was highly focused as he followed the mysterious feeling he had towards the Eight Clouds branch back then, and kept approaching the Eight Clouds ruins. With his speed, no matter how careful he was, it only took him a day to arrive at the Eight Clouds ruins. More than 2,000 years had passed. As Jiang Xi left with the Eight Clouds pavilion, the huge stone celestial body had already returned to its original state. The thick red fog and the cracks in the void had already disappeared, leaving behind a tightly shut stone door. It's only been 30,000 years, and it's already been taken away? The Thousand Illusions Immortal General's eyes flashed coldly. Backtrack, he yelled coldly. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out from his glabella and covered the surrounding void of the Eight Clouds ruins. Buzz time seemed to be flowing backward. Scenes that had already happened were presented in reverse before the Thousand Illusions Immortal General. Although he could only unleash the power of an eternal supreme level, he could easily backtrack time and see what had happened in the past. However, boom. When he saw a speck of dust fly out of the stone door, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. The supreme treasure of a divine king. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General quickly closed his eyes and stopped backtracking time at the same time. He knew that the artifact was the Dharma treasure left behind by the Eight Clouds Immortal General. It was not something that could be shown by backtracking time at all. That was why he had suffered a backlash. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General looked at the tightly shut stone door and thought for a while. In the end, he did not force his way in. He did not dare to barge into the land of inheritance left behind by the Eight Clouds branch. If there was some powerful weapon inside, the loss would outweigh the gain. Although he only took a glance, he knew that the speck of dust was the most important Dharma treasure of the Eight Clouds branch, the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Since the Eight Clouds Pavilion had been taken away by the inheritor, it was no longer important whether he could enter the Eight Clouds ruins or not. Since I can't find the inheritor through backtracking time, it seems that I can only rely on the local forces of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General frowned slightly. Then two apparitions walked out of his body. They looked exactly the same as his original body. They both held long spears and wore silver armor. After these two apparitions appeared, they immediately returned to the entrance of the Myriad World's ruins. As for the Thousand Illusions Immortal General himself, he looked deeper into the Myriad World's ruins. Although he had not experienced the confrontation between the two worlds, he was, after all, an expert who guarded the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Of course, he knew some of the ancient rumors of the Myriad World's ruins. The location below 90,000 light-years of the Myriad World's ruins, or to be exact, the area below 99,999 light-years, was the forbidden area of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Of course, that was only for the many experts in the Chaos Sea. For a God General level expert like him, there was nothing to be afraid of. There are many rumors about what's in the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. One of the most credible rumors is that the inheritance of the primordial realm's emperor is hidden here. On this trip, not only do I want to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance, but I also want to explore the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. With that, the Thousand Illusions Immortal General flew toward the bottomless depths of the Myriad World's ruins. On the other hand, it only took one day for one of the apparitions of the Thousand Illusions Immortal General to arrive at the Juntian sacred ground. He stood in front of the barrier of the eternal universe with a smile on his face. Juntian Honglian, these two lucky fellows are considered rising stars in the star origin realm. They have the potential to become Grand Supremes. This time they can help me find that inheritor. With a stroke of his hand, he broke the barrier of the Juntian sacred grounds universe and stepped into it. It was not difficult to break the barrier of the universe. A Tao Lord could break the barrier of the original universe. However, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter the universe from the outside. For example, only native living beings could enter and exit the four original universes freely. This was because the original will of the original universe was too powerful. Even the Thousand Illusions Immortal General did not dare to provoke the power of the original will. It was less difficult for outsiders to enter the eternal universe. With the strength of the Thousand Illusions Immortal General, he could naturally force his way into the Juntian sacred ground. When he broke the barrier of the universe, the towering giant hammer in the center of the Juntian sacred ground's giant hammer divine world suddenly trembled violently. Supremes? Supremes are descending again. What's happening? Why do I feel like the entire sacred ground is shaking? The Tao Lords and perfected immortal experts who were cultivating around the giant hammer were all startled awake. More than 30,000 years ago, they had already seen Supremes descend once. Therefore, they were not as shocked as the last time. However, this time Juntian Supreme did not descend in front of his people. Instead, he appeared at the edge of the Juntian sacred ground. He was wearing a black robe and his entire body was shrouded in a gray mist, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The moment Juntian Supreme appeared, he saw the Thousand Illusions Immortal General. Immortal General? Juntian Supreme was shocked. He was the owner of the Juntian sacred ground. He knew everything that happened in every corner of the universe. However, he did not notice this valiant youth at all. There was only one possibility for this situation. The other party's strength had far surpassed his. My name is Thousand Illusions. Thousand Illusions Immortal General said indifferently. Greetings, Lord Thousand Illusions. Juntian Supreme quickly bowed and dispersed the mist that shrouded him. It was a black-robed elder who also looked like a human. However, he had 8 arms. I have something for you to do, Thousand Illusions Immortal General said. It's Great Sky's honor to work for Lord Immortal General. Juntian Supreme was secretly shocked. He had walked out of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, and naturally knew about Thousand Illusions Immortal General, who was in charge of guarding the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Thousand Illusions Immortal General said expressionlessly, there are a total of 3 things. First, exterminate all the humans in the 4 original universes. Second, find the inheritor of the 8 clouds. Third, gather information on Mountain Sea Star. First, then change. Chapter 630. Each of the 3 matters had exceeded Juntian Supreme's expectations. Finding the 8 clouds inheritor was still acceptable. It was not strange that Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun wanted the 8 clouds inheritor. It was not a big deal that Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun wanted to exterminate the human race. It was nothing more than enmity. In Juntian Supreme's opinion, the human race was a powerful bloodline race in both the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and the Star Origin realm. It was normal for them to have enmity with Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun. The only thing that Juntian Supreme could not figure out was the information about the Mountain Sea Star. What kind of place was the Mountain Sea Star? He suddenly thought of something and said to Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun, Lord Immortal General, I think I should know about the Mountain Sea Star, and it is related to the 8 clouds inheritor. Speak. Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun's eyes flashed. I don't know where the Mountain Sea Star is, but I know that the new 8 clouds inheritor is Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Be more detailed. Dao Lord Mountain Sea comes from the 4th universe. His name is Zhang Xiai and he has only cultivated for about 100,000 years. Such talent is extremely rare in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. He is good at sword techniques. Juntian Supreme explained Zhang Xi's situation in detail, including his background, cultivation, experience, and so on. After Zhang Xiai became the 8 clouds inheritor, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had collected all his information. Therefore, it was not strange that Juntian Supreme knew all this. I think that this Dao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to know the whereabouts of the Mountain Sea Star, Juntian Supreme said solemnly. After Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun heard this, his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, bring him to me. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to complete this. Juntian Supreme bowed. Then he said with a smile, Lord, I have another request. You dare to raise a condition with me? You misunderstand, Lord. I was thinking that if I can help you complete these 3 tasks, can I become your disciple and become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions lineage? Complete them first, Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun said coldly. Yes. Juntian Supreme still bowed respectfully, because he knew that although Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun did not explicitly agree to his request, it was equivalent to an agreement as long as he completed these 3 tasks, he could become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions faction. As for the 8 clouds inheritance, although it would be taken by the Illusion God General in the end, there was nothing they could do about it. In front of the powerful Illusion God General, he had no right to refute. Therefore, Juntian Supreme could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could enter Thousand Illusions Divine General's tutelage, there would be plenty of opportunities to come into contact with Eight Clouds' inheritance in the future. Furthermore, the Thousand Illusion lineage was an extremely transcendent existence in the Star Realm and the Star Origin Realm. Otherwise, the Star Lord wouldn't have let the Thousand Illusion Divine General guard the broken primordial realm's Chaos Sea. If he could become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions faction, then his future development in the two worlds would definitely be thousands of times better than it was now. Lord Divine General, there's one more thing, Juntian Supreme said again. Oh, Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes immediately turned cold. Cold light flashed, and the entire Juntian Holy Land universe shook violently as if it was going to collapse. Your Excellency misunderstood. Juntian Supreme's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "It's about the matter of exterminating the human race." Speak. I just learned that the human race in the first universe was exterminated at the beginning of this calamity era. Now, only the human race in the second, third, and fourth universes still exist, and they are all pinnacle races. However, it'll be more difficult to exterminate the human race in the fourth universe. Oh, Your Excellency, you might not know, but an invincible heavenly venerate once appeared in the human race in the fourth universe during this calamity era. His name was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. However, he later challenged the original will of the primordial universe for eternity, and was permanently suppressed in the end. Although it's a reckless act, his courage is commendable. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded lightly. The Chaos Sea's laws were very domineering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could at most unleash the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. The reason why an invincible Heavenly Venerate was invincible was that their Tao technique, body, and essence spirit had at least reached the peak Heavenly Venerate, or even exceeded the peak Heavenly Venerate in one aspect. Such a powerhouse was enough to suppress the entire Chaos Sea. Unlike the Chaos Sea, the laws of the four primordial universes allowed one to unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. At most, an invincible Heavenly Venerate also had to follow such a rule. However, if an invincible Heavenly Venerate could be invincible at the Heavenly Venerate level, then of course they could also be invincible at the Tao Lord level. If a race had such a powerhouse, then the difficulty of exterminating the race was indeed very high. Divine General Thousand Transformations continued. Since this invincible Heavenly Venerate has been suppressed, then how difficult is it to exterminate his race? That's the problem. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament has been suppressed, but now another Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow has appeared. Although this Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow isn't an invincible Heavenly Venerate, his strength is about the same as an invincible Heavenly Venerate, Juntian Supreme explained. Another one? The providence of the human race in the fourth universe is actually so prosperous? Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flashed. Not only that, but that Tao Lord Mountain Sea who obtained Eight Clouds' inheritance also came from the human race in the fourth universe. Juntian Supreme added. What? Divine General Thousand Transformations could no longer maintain his indifference and revealed a shocked expression. The Emperor Lord of the primordial realm and the human race have a very deep relationship, and the human race in the fourth universe has such great providence. Juntian Supreme was of course aware of this. He followed Divine General Thousand Transformations' orders and handed many supreme treasures to the demon race, ghost race, and a lone Heavenly Venerate in the fourth universe. However, this process was completed in Chaos Sea. The human race in the fourth universe naturally had no way of knowing all this universe, for in a silent starry sky. Hong Hong. Two spiritual consciousnesses crossed the void and instantly landed here, transforming into two huge shadows. One was a huge beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails. The other was a huge ghost with a green face and fangs. They were Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon from the demon race and Heavenly Venerate Yen Du from the ghost race. Thousand Demon, you also met Juntian Supreme? Heavenly Venerate Yen Du asked directly. That's right. He gave us an 8th grade true treasure and 10 7th grade true treasures. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon nodded. Seems like it's the same. This Juntian Supreme is really rich. Forget about the 7th grade true treasures, he's actually willing to take out 8th grade true treasures, and one for each of us. Heavenly Venerate Yen Du sighed. Although I don't know what grudges Jun Tian Supreme has with the human race, isn't his request what you and I have long wanted to do? Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon smiled. Yes. Although the 4th universe has 3 pinnacle races, the human race occupies the best territory in the entire universe. That territory can give birth to the life with the most potential, so they can repeatedly give birth to top geniuses with outstanding talent. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, Heavenly Venerate Ming Zhongxi, one peerless genius after another was born in that territory of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yan Du said with a serious expression. Now Zhongxi of the human race has obtained 8 clouds inheritance. In the future, the human race will definitely become even stronger. At that time, there will probably be no space for our 2 races to survive in the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon also said solemnly. Then from today onwards, our 2 races will truly form an alliance. At the same time, we will rope in the other top races to kill the human race together. That's great. The monster race and ghost race were the pinnacle races. Although they were inferior to the human race, they were still extraordinary, and their efficiency was naturally extremely high. After the 2 heavenly venerates made their decision, they began to act on the same day. In the monster race's territory, all perfected monarchs and tribulation transcenders enter the myriad monster universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demons' order spread throughout the monster race. The war was about to begin. Tribulation transcenders and perfected monarchs were the elites of races that might give birth to Tao monarchs in the future. Naturally, they couldn't take the risk as for those cultivators below the Tao integration stage. It was hard to say whether they would be able to give birth to a perfected monarch in the future. Moreover, even if a large number of cultivators below the Tao integration stage died, it wouldn't be long before a new batch of cultivators appeared. A moment later, in the sacred land of the myriad monster universe, Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon looked at the 15 monster Tao monarchs in front of him and said solemnly, "This war is to seize the foundation of the human race. The human race will definitely counterattack crazily. This time I will personally lead you to attack. I will be the main force, and your mission is to support me and strive to kill all the Tao monarchs of the human race." Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The 15 monster Tao monarchs were very excited, starting a war of extermination against the human race. In the past, this was something they would never have dared to think about. But now they were filled with confidence. This confidence came from those 7th-tier supreme treasures. Under normal circumstances, the highest combat power allowed in the primal universe was the limit of Tao monarchs. Even heavenly venerates had to abide by this rule. Otherwise, they would attract the punishment of the universe's origin will. But now there were suddenly 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, which allowed 10 of them to unleash combat power at the limit of Tao monarchs. In addition to Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon, the monster race had 11 peak Tao monarchs, which was enough to sweep through the 4th universe. Moreover, the ghost race would also take action this time. They also had the combat power of so many peak Tao monarchs. Naturally, it would be easy for them to destroy the human race. At the same time, the ghost race also carried out a similar pre-war mobilization. One after another, ghost tribulation transcenders and true monarchs flew into the ghost race's Yindu universe. In the end, the ghost race's headquarters in the 4th universe was only left with 2 seas of bones, one large and one small, quietly floating in the starry sky. These 2 seas of bones, the large one had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, and the small one had a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Both were surrounded by barriers made of white bones. In the blood-red sea water, there were also eerie white bones floating. It looked like a land of death, but it contained endless vitality. The ghost race's royal bloodline Golden Yuksha and royal bloodline Silver Yuksha were born in these 2 seas of bones. The origin of the bone seas was mysterious. It was said that at the beginning of the Calamity Era, when the 4th universe had just given birth to life, these 2 seas of bones had already existed. The ghost race's biggest reliance on these 2 seas of bones to become a peak race was these 2 seas of bones. After the ghost race's experts below the level of Tao monarchs died, they had a chance to be reincarnated in these seas of bones in the future, and obtain a second life. Under such a mechanism, some ghosts with outstanding comprehension abilities, but poor cultivation talent could use this opportunity to become royalty and possess a stronger bloodline. This way, some true geniuses could be born. However, the more talented a ghost race member was, the lower their chances of being reincarnated in these seas of bones. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Yendu stood above the 2 seas of bones and looked down at the 13 ghost race Dao monarchs below. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the human race's territory." Yes, the 13 ghost race Dao monarchs were also very excited and entered the large and small seas of bones. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Yendu waved his hand, and the 2 seas of bones shrank to the size of a disc. He held them in his hand like magic treasures. The 2 seas of bones were the ghost race's sacred grounds and were incomparably miraculous. If Dao lords like them were to be heavily injured, they would be able to draw upon the boundless life force within it to quickly heal their wounds. In a war, these 2 seas of bones were even more valuable. Although the monster race and ghost race's movements were extremely secretive, the human race's Skyspan River diagram was constantly monitoring these 2 races. In the end, they still discovered some clues. First issued, then changed. Chapter 631. Universe 4 within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. It had only been 2,600 years since Zhang Xi had explained the Tao to the human experts. Today, the human race had once again convened a meeting of the highest level Tao lords. Ming Zun sat on a black throne at one end of the long stone table, while Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Zhang Xi sat on the golden thrones on the left and right respectively. These were the current 3 titans of the human race. Apart from the 3 of them, the other 21 Tao lords also appeared on their respective thrones. Only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's black throne was empty. In addition, this meeting was not as lively as the previous one. The atmosphere was very solemn and somewhat dull. After everyone had arrived, Tao Lord 9 Firmament said with a solemn expression, "According to the information I received, the human race in the 2nd and 3rd universes has suffered heavy losses. It will not be long before they are exterminated. I can confirm that this is an extermination operation against the human race, and it was premeditated." Ming Zun said in a low voice. The human experts present, including Zhang Xi, all had extremely solemn expressions, but they were not nervous. This was because not long ago, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had learned of the crisis the human race in the other universes were facing through the intelligence network of his race in the Chaos Sea. The human race in the 2nd and 3rd universes had been attacked by the joint forces of the various peak races. Although the human race in the 4th universe had not encountered such a situation yet, everyone had taken precautions in advance. The human Tao lords who were adventuring in the Chaos Sea had all rushed back as fast as they could. Only Zhang Xi was an exception. His true body was still in Mount Xianhuang and had reached the final juncture, unable to leave. Right now, the one participating in the Tao Lord conference was his clone. "Master, did you summon us here because the demon race and ghost race have made a move?" Zhang Xi asked. "That's right. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament just told me that he discovered through the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that the 2 Heavenly Venerables of the demon race and ghost race should have had a meeting." Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. "Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament?" Zhang Xi, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shizun, and the other human experts were all shocked. "I never told you that although Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament has been permanently suppressed, he can monitor the entire universe 4 through the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Only Empyrean powerhouses in special regions like the ancient immortal world could repel the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. Apart from that, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament can see everything with her own eyes. Furthermore, she can transmit the detailed situation to us in real time." Tao Lord 9 Firmament said solemnly. "This is a good thing." Many of the human experts present were overjoyed. In such a peak race war, overall strength was very important, but so was intelligence. If Empyrean Purple Firmament could provide everyone with detailed traces and movements of the enemy, then they would not be so passive. Although those Heavenly Venerables can repel the river diagram's probing, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament can also use this to infer the approximate location of those Heavenly Venerables and determine their whereabouts, added Tao Lord 9 Firmament. Yes. Jiang Xi and the others nodded in agreement. The number of Empyrean powerhouses in the fourth universe was limited. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one. In addition to the lone Empyrean, there were only 11 Empyrean powerhouses in total. Determining their whereabouts through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram was nothing difficult. As long as the 2 heavenly venerables of the demon and ghost race made a move, they would be able to determine their whereabouts through the river diagram. Just now, these 2 pinnacle races moved almost at the same time. According to Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament's judgment, a team of Tao Lord experts will be coming soon. We have to be prepared, said Tao Lord 9 Firmament in a deep voice. Since it's a race war, no matter what schemes are hidden behind it, no matter who the enemy is, we have no need to fear. Let's fight. Tao Lord Sword One's gaze was sharp and filled with a strong desire to fight. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Sherzuan, and the other top-ranked experts of the human race were also filled with killing intent. That's right. Although the enemy this time is the alliance of 2 pinnacle races, we have the supreme treasures provided by Jiang Xi. If we really fight, we'll definitely be able to catch the demon and ghost race off guard. Heavenly Venerable suddenly laughed. All the human experts present turned to look at Jiang Xi. The atmosphere also became relaxed, and the tension from before was swept away. Yes, although Jiang Xi's original body did not return, he released Tao Lord Clearflame and the other human candidates from the 8 Clouds Pavilion after leaving the ruins of myriad worlds. At that time, Jiang Xi had thought that the 8 Clouds legacy might bring disaster to the race. Therefore, he asked Tao Lord Clearflame to bring back the 16 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and 164 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, he set off for Mount Xianhuang. He did not expect that this move would really work. With so many Supreme Treasures, each of the 24 pinnacle human experts present could get 2 to 3 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, 16 of them could get a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. Although the power of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was far inferior to that of a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, this was the 4th universe and not the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth law of the 4th universe could at most unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord. A Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was enough to raise the combat strength of a Desolate level Tao Lord to the Universe level. And now, the human Tao Lords had at least 2 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Their actual combat strength naturally far exceeded the Universe level, reaching the limit of a Universe level Tao Lord. The 2 teams of pinnacle experts formed by the Demon and Ghost race are moving at the same time. Each team is led by a Heavenly Venerable expert, so we have to split up. Heavenly Venerable Ming will lead the Tao Lords of the Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and Guanghan sect to stop the Ghost race. I'll lead the remaining Tao Lords of the Purple Firmament sect, Sword Gate, Chaos Essence sect, Wuji sect, Sky Sun sect, and True Mystic sect to stop the demon race. We'll try to stop the enemy outside the human territory. Only then can we minimize the losses of the human race. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly. In terms of strength, the number 1 expert of the human race was Heavenly Venerable Ming, but in terms of leadership, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was actually better. Therefore, this battle was under his command. Does anyone have anything else to add? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments glanced at everyone. No. Agreed. All the Tao Lords nodded. They could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. It was about to erupt during the battle. Although Jiang Xi did not say anything, he also agreed with this plan. Although Heavenly Venerable Ming's team only brought experts from the 3 immortal Tao sects, including Heavenly Venerable Ming himself, this team had a total of 10 Tao Lords and above. Although they seemed to have fewer people than Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team, their overall strength was about the same. This was because the Tao Lords of these 3 sects were generally much stronger in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, the Taoist path, Buddhist path, and Moonfrost sect were more or less counters to the Ghost race. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team had a total of 14 Tao Lords. Although most of them were at the Desolate level, apart from Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, who was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, there was also Jiang Xi's clone. Their overall strength was naturally not weak. Jiangxi's clone's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker than his true body. It was only comparable to a universe-level Tao Lord. However, by relying on the power of his Grotto Heaven World and a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, his actual combat strength had actually reached the limit of a Tao Lord. After all, his Grotto Heaven World far surpassed that of an ordinary universe-level Tao Lord. A universe-level Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven World was normally 900 million light-years in diameter. In the past 2,600 years, the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven's diameter had expanded by 4 billion light-years. The power of the world Jiangxi had absorbed from it was naturally stronger. After making the final arrangements, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes were filled with the divine light. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, let's set off." Between the human territory and the demon territory was an extremely vast stretch of desolate starry sky. There were no stars in this starry sky, only endless darkness. Suddenly, a huge gray flying vessel Supreme Treasure crossed an unknown number of light-years and teleported into this starry sky. A colossal beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails was lying prostrate within the Supreme Treasure's space. A vast and vigorous aura constantly emanated from its body. It was the primogenitor of the demon race, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. Below them were the 15 Tao Lords of the demon race. All of them were waiting and preparing for the upcoming battle. Oh! Just as Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was about to teleport again, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distant starry sky. The 15 Tao Lords also looked in that direction. The flying vessel Supreme Treasure didn't block their vision. They immediately saw a colorful palace appear in the distant dark starry sky. That's the Heavenly Feather Race's Supreme Treasure, the Rippling Palace? Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was shocked. However, on second thought, he understood what was going on. No, it's the human race. Although Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend hadn't participated in the battle for the 8 Clouds legacy, he knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained it. The Rippling Palace of the Heavenly Feather Race had been lost in the 8 Clouds ruins. It wasn't strange to see the human race using the 7th tier Supreme Treasure. However, the sudden appearance of the human race surprised Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. The human race actually dared to come out prematurely. The Tao Lords of the demon race were also surprised. Kill. Destroy this group of human Tao Lords. Then they roared furiously, their murderous intent boiling. Humph! Then with a furious snort, a terrifying ripple spread out from the flying vessel. Like a space-time wave, it affected this dark world. The space-time wave carried with it terrifying power, distorting space-time as it furiously crashed towards the rippling palace, wave after wave. Boom! Powerful shockwaves continuously impacted the rippling palace. However, the rippling palace didn't move at all in the starry sky. It wasn't affected at all. After all, it was a 7th tier Supreme Treasure. Although Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was a 2nd step Celestial Venerable, he could only use the combat power of a Tao Lord at most. Naturally, he couldn't shake the rippling palace. Within the Supreme Treasure space of the rippling palace was the group led by Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, including Jiangxi. There were a total of 14 Tao Lords. After they'd gathered, they'd first used a large-scale teleportation array to teleport to the borders of the human race's territory. Then they teleported to this desolate starry sky. It's Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend, Tao Lord Nina Firmament said in a low voice. Jiangxi, Tao Lord Miluo, Tao Lord One Sword, Tao Lord Longwall, and the other human experts all saw the scene in the distance. Within the dark space-time waves, an incomparably enormous behemoth had appeared. This behemoth had 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails, and it seemed to cover the entire dark starry sky. When it spread its enormous body, it was at least a light-year in size. It was utterly shocking. How dare Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body expand to such an enormous size? Tao Lord Miluo let out a cold snort. Even though he's unable to use the power of an Empyrean due to the restrictions of the natural laws of the primal universe, his body is far more powerful than ours. Of course he dares to expand his body, Tao Lord One Sword said softly. He expanded his body in order to use his own power to deal with all of us. However, this will also make it easier for us to attack him. Tao Lord Longwall laughed coldly. Prepare for battle. Jiang Xi said. Battle! Battle! A total of 14 human Tao Lords left the rippling palace and entered the dark starry sky. Whoosh! Instantly, one of the serpentine tails of the incomparably enormous, heavenly venerable myriad fiend swept out in an awe-inspiring manner. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they left the flying vessel and stood on one of heavenly venerable myriad fiend's heads. Leave heavenly venerable myriad fiend to me. The rest of you go deal with those Tao Lords. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments barked coldly. As he spoke, a layer of violet gold gloves appeared on his hands, as thin as a cicada's wings. The gloves then began to extend towards his arms, quickly covering his entire body and forming a suit of violet gold battle armor. Boom! Tao Lord Nina Firmaments's aura reached its peak. With a furious roar, he charged towards heavenly venerable myriad fiend. At the same time, heavenly venerable myriad fiend's enormous body charged towards the human Tao Lords at high speed. The 15 Tao Lords stood on one of his heads, ready to attack at a moment's notice. A human has charged out. It's Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. Humph, how arrogant. Even if he's a half-step Empyrean, he's still a universe Tao Lord. How dare he fight heavenly venerable myriad fiend? He's courting death. The Tao Lords stood together, watching this scene leisurely. They were very confident in this race war. Moreover, this group of human experts was not the full strength of the human race. It was best to let heavenly venerable myriad fiend show his strength at the start of this battle. If they interfered, they might offend heavenly venerable myriad fiend. Whoosh! Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, who was rushing over from afar, suddenly struck out with his palm. The palm with the violet gold gloves rapidly expanded as rays of rainbow-colored light condensed in his palm. The auras of various Taoist arts gradually rose, quickly forming a universe that covered the starry sky. This was a rank 7 mystic art universe in the palm. Boom! Furthermore, the violet gold gloves carried an incomparably terrifying aura, as they pierced through layers of space, and landed on heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body. Boom! 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 Terrifying power erupted instantly, but it only caused part of heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body to tremble. His entire body was unharmed. You have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? Heavenly venerable myriad fiend was both surprised and delighted. Something's not right. Tao Lord Nina Firmament's expression changed slightly. He realized that his palm strike had not caused any damage to his opponent. This was the primal universe, not the chaos sea. At most, everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord. Even if his opponent was a second step heavenly venerable, he would definitely be injured after taking his palm strike. This was because the violet gold gloves on his hands were a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure. There was only one explanation. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend had a rank 7 defensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments did not even consider a rank 8 supreme treasure. After all, even the 2 Holy Land universes of the Chaos Sea did not have one. The demons have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? He instantly felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. After all, in terms of overall strength, the demons of the 4th universe were at the bottom of the Chaos Sea. It was already good enough for them to have a rank 6 supreme treasure. Moreover, the races that attacked the humans of the 2nd and 3rd universes did not have any rank 7 supreme treasures. Just as Tao Lord Nina Firmament's thoughts were racing, I didn't expect you humans to have a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure other than Tidal Wave's palace. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend's huge body was entrenched in the starry sky as he looked down at Tao Lord Nina Firmaments in the distance. His voice pierced through time and space, resounding throughout the entire starry sky. It seems that Jiang Xi must have obtained it in the 8 cloud ruins. Haha, just like Tidal Wave's palace. This supreme treasure belongs to the demons. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend laughed loudly. Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land had lost 15 rank 7 supreme treasures in the battle to intercept Jiang Xi. They were the only ones who knew about this. The 2 Sacred Lands did not intend to spread this news. After all, this concerned the Sacred Land's reputation. In addition, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend did not participate in the battle at the 8 Cloud Ruins at all. Therefore, he still did not know that Jiang Xi had brought those rank 7 supreme treasures to the humans. Chapter 632. In the dark and desolate starry sky, Empyrean myriad demon's massive body seemed to be the only thing left. He looked down at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments in the distance with a ferocious aura. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, I know that you can possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord without the help of an ultimate treasure. But so what? The laws of the primal universe suppress me and you. Even if you have a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, you're at most a Tao Lord. I'm different. My armor can block all of your attacks. No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me. Empyrean myriad demons' laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. The expressions of the human experts, led by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, turned grim. Master, his armor isn't Tier 7. It's Tier 8. Jiang Xi's expression turned even more solemn. Others couldn't tell the difference between a Tier 7 ultimate treasure and a Tier 8 ultimate treasure, but he had already memorized all the information of the Eight Clouds legacy. He could recognize the armor's grade at a glance. Tier 8. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' expression changed drastically. Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How is that possible? Even the two holy lands of the Chaos Sea don't have a Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How can the demons have one? The other human Tao Lords were shocked as well. Change the battle plan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments took a deep breath. He transmitted to Jiang Xi and the others with his spiritual consciousness. In the primal universe, it's impossible to kill Empyrean experts. Our target isn't the Empyreans but the Tao Lords. I'll hold Empyrean myriad demon back. You guys deal with the demon Tao Lords. After saying that, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments attacked again. He teleported and sent out another palm strike. The massive universe in the palm, enhanced by the violet gold glove, reached the limits of the primal universe. Boom! This palm strike hit Empyrean myriad demon's massive body once more. Although it couldn't hurt him, it was enough to hold him back. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Empyrean myriad demon laughed loudly. 10 tails of various forms swept across the starry sky. Space-time distorted and the starry sky shattered. Terrifying power indiscriminately attacked the human experts. Kill! 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 At the same time, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Everwall, and the other human experts didn't dodge. Instead, they all unleashed their secret arts and locked onto the monster Tao Lords atop Empyrean many-monster's head. Haha! Monsters, let's go! Attack! Exterminate all of these humans! Empyrean myriad monster ordered. The Tao Lords who had been waiting for the right moment immediately grew excited upon hearing this order. Yes, Sky Sovereign. Let's go all out and destroy the human race. I've been waiting for this moment. Why is the human race the strongest race in the fourth universe? After this battle, the demon race will be the strongest race in the fourth universe. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all humans. The Tao Lords of the dire monster race all roared and howled. They all had different bloodlines and different appearances, and they represented different factions within the dire monster race. A total of 15 Tao Lords teleported at the same time and charged towards Jiang Xi and the other human experts. 7th Tier Supreme Treasure. Unleash your power. Tao Lord Eater, Tao Lord Goldwolf, Tao Lord Skyfox, and Tao Lord Taotai were the first to attack. Thousand Heart Vine. Golden Wolf Howls at the Moon. 8 Diagram Hellfrost. Heaven Devouring Flames. Instantly, the 4 supreme treasures in the form of vines, giant claws, formation diagrams, and blazing flames released tremendous power under the control of the 4 Tao Lords. Every attack had reached the limit of a Tao Lord. If not for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal universe, the power of these attacks would probably have reached the heavenly venerable level. 7th Tier Offensive Supreme Treasure. How can the dire monsters have so many 7th Tier Supreme Treasures? Jiang Xi and the others were shocked. No, there's more. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense swept across the Tao Lords one by one. Given his ability to identify supreme treasures, he immediately sensed the aura of 7th Tier Supreme Treasures on the other 6 Tao Lords. 3 were Armor Supreme Treasures, 3 were Essence Soul Supreme Treasures, and 4 were Offensive Supreme Treasures. The dire monsters had revealed a total of 10 7th Tier Supreme Treasures. There are actually so many of them? Riverward was bewildered. He knew how precious 7th-tier supreme treasures were. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 2 Holy Land universes had the ability to take out so many 7th-tier supreme treasures at once, but this time, the dire monsters had an 8th-tier supreme treasure, which even the Holy Land universes couldn't take out. What's going on? What's hidden behind all this? Jiang Xi's mind raced, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the upper realm? This thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, the current situation didn't allow him to continue thinking about it. Tao Lord Shermian, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Skyfox, and Tao Lord Taotia's attacks were approaching. Senior brother Chongyuan, stop them! Jiang Xi looked at Tao Lord Chongyuan beside him. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was fighting Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon, so the command of this battle fell to Jiang Xi. With his strength, none of the Tao Lords of the human race were dissatisfied. Open! Tao Lord Chongyuan shouted. All of a sudden, strands of golden light rose from the armor he was wearing. Then, these strands of golden light quickly changed and condensed into a golden transparent bell, which just happened to cover all of them. Clang! Clang! Massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky, and the starry sky within 100 light-years exploded. Spatial fragments surged out in all directions, creating chaotic streams of space. As for Jiangxi and the others inside the golden bell, they were completely unharmed. 7th-tier supreme treasure armor, gold bell armor. You humans have another 7th-tier supreme treasure. Tao Lord Golden Wolf was shocked. Heavenly Venerable, another 7th-tier supreme treasure. Tao Lord Shermian hurriedly sent a spiritual message. Where did the humans get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon immediately noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock. Seize them! Seize all of these 7th-tier supreme treasures. The Palace of Tidal Waves, the Violet Gold Gauntlet, and this Golden Bell. Seize them all. He ordered the monster Tao Lords once more. At the same time, he roared at Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, who was still fighting him. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, get the hell out of my way. Humph. Just wait and see your clansmen get slaughtered. Tao Lord Nina Firmament sneered as he struck out with both palms, using the 7th-tier secret technique, Universe Palm. Blocked by the pair of violet gold palms, Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon's enormous body found it very difficult to approach Jiang Xi's battlefield. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others were able to withstand the attacks of the monster race under the protection of Tao Lord Chongyuan's 7th-tier supreme treasure, Gold Bell armor. However, the monster Tao Lords had already gone mad. They had been filled with confidence when they had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. Now that they saw that the humans had 3 7th-tier supreme treasures as well, their eyes shone with a greedy light. Kill! The 10 monster Tao Lords with 7th-tier supreme treasures stood at the very front and attacked at the same time. One powerful secret technique after another condensed. Some targeted the body, some targeted the essence spirit. Saber light and sword shadows, however, Jiang Xi and the others would not allow the monster Tao Lords to attack so easily this time. Jiang Xi, it's up to you now. Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Chongyuan, and the other human experts turned to look at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Standing in the void, he spread his arms and said softly, Mountain Sea Spacetime, descend. Boom! An enormous world of spacetime instantly descended. The dark starry sky was instantly filled with world projections of mountains, seas, stars, and continents. These world projections merged with the spacetime, forming an extremely powerful binding force. With a terrifying might, it directly imprisoned the 15 monster Tao Lords on the spot. Before their attacks could take form, they were interrupted. At that moment, Jiang Xi's Mountain Sea Spacetime was an invincible existence. Apart from heavenly venerables who could break through the shackles of this space-time domain, the other monster Tao Lords had to rely on the power of their supreme treasures to possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord. Now that these monster Tao Lords were imprisoned by the Mountain Sea Spacetime, they could not break through the shackles instantly. Even if they were imprisoned for 1/10,000th of a second, it was enough for Jiang Xi and the others to attack. Furthermore, the time was not that short. Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, Tao Lord Taotai, and the other monster experts immediately panicked with fear in their eyes. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the distance, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon suddenly roared furiously. He had also noticed the situation here and realized that the experts of his race were in danger. At that moment, he finally understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments would say that they should wait to be slaughtered. Earlier on, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon did not take those words to heart, and only thought that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was angry. However, he did not expect it to be true. Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain was actually this strong. This is the true limit of a Tao Lord. The size of his Grotto Heaven world must far exceed that of other Tao Lords. That's why he's able to release such a powerful spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's eyes shone fiercely as a Heavenly Venerate expert. He had taken many detours on the path of a Tao Lord. Naturally, he knew that there was a limit to a Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world could only reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. In reality, that was not the true limit. If there was a special method that could break through the limit of 900 million light-years, the Grotto Heaven world would expand once more and its strength would increase as well. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea must have done that. My race's Tao Lord is in danger. Get lost. Get lost. His massive body charged forward, wanting to break free from Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction, and head to the other side of the battlefield to break through Jiangxi's spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate. Patriarch, save me. The 15 demon Tao Lords were all using their spirit senses to ask for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would not be any weaker than the humans. But who knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain would be so strong? This way, they would not be able to use the advantage of their Tier 7 Supreme Treasures, and would be at a complete disadvantage. They would even be facing a life-and-death crisis. Roar! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. He broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's universe palm once more and his body rapidly shrank. From a light-year in size, he became a massive beast that was only 100,000 kilometers long. Previously, he had grown so large because he wanted to suppress all the experts in this human team with his own strength. Then he would have the 15 demon Tao Lords join forces to wipe out the humans. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The hidden methods of this human team of Tao Lords were not inferior to theirs at all. In fact, they were even stronger. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had destroyed all of their trump cards. Swoosh! After shrinking, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's speed immediately soared, and he broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction. So this is a Heavenly Venerate expert. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed inwardly. Even with the restrictions of the primal universe's laws, Heavenly Venerates were not so easy to deal with. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon instantly arrived at the battlefield between Jiangxi and the demon Tao Lords. Break! He roared and set off a terrifying spacetime wave. In an instant, he disintegrated Jiangxi's Mountain Sea spacetime. Although it sounded long given their speed, the entire process lasted for less than a millionth of a second. It happened almost instantaneously. Jiangxi had just used the Mountain Sea spacetime when Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon broke through it. Too fast. Jiangxi Tao Lord Sword 1 Tao Lord Long Wall, and the others looked at each other helplessly. After all, the person in front of them was a second step Heavenly Venerate, one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's powerful attack changed the situation. After breaking through the Mountain Sea spacetime, he hovered in the starry sky, protecting the 15 demon Tao Lords behind him. Humans, I've underestimated you. The eyes on Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 9 heads were filled with coldness. However, your team doesn't have a Heavenly Venerate expert. The control of the battle is now in my hands. Now I've decided to get rid of you one by one. You're the first. The 18 eyes on the 9 ferocious heads were all focused on Jiangxi. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon moved at a terrifying speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiangxi roared and slashed out with the longsword in his hand. Whoosh! A seemingly illusory green ray of light appeared in midair, flashing and disappearing like a dream. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by these endless green rays of light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light seemed to destroy the world, instantly annihilating the world full of vitality. All of this happened in a flash. It was extremely short. However, the entire process seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle from birth to death. Life reincarnation. This was the first time the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword scripture of the heavenly Tao, was used in actual combat. Rumble. The green sword light directly collided with Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's body, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that swept over an area of hundreds of light years. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon was sent flying, and Jiang Xi was also pushed back by the shockwave. If we were in the Chaos Sea, you wouldn't be my match. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared angrily. Attack with all your strength and kill the humans. He ordered the Demon Tao Lords again. Yes. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. Die. The Demon Tao Lords behind Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon also attacked. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques condensed again. Some were the roars of mutated beasts, some were essence soul attacks, and some were transformed into sabers and swords that directly slashed over. Among them, the attacks of the 10 Demon Tao Lords were obviously stronger, attacking all the human experts at the same time. Universe in the palm. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also rushed over. He slapped out with his palm, covering Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and the 15 Demon Tao Lords, wanting to affect their attacks. Mountain Sea Spacetime. Jiang Xi growled, and the incomparably realistic world projection descended once again, attacking the demon experts with powerful restrictions and pressure. Break. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. The energy in his body surged wildly, and the surrounding spacetime also distorted and shook. The powerful energy attacked again and again, directly suppressing the universe and the Mountain Sea spacetime. This time, the 15 Demon Tao Lords were not affected at all. Boom! 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 Their various attacks covered the starry sky where the human experts were almost simultaneously. Haha, all of you die. Without a Heavenly Venerate expert, you still want to fight us. Humans, you're dead meat. The Demon Tao Lords attacked with all their strength again and again. With Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon blocking in front, they were fearless and did not have to worry about being imprisoned by the spacetime domain. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 10 tails danced wildly, instantly becoming trillions of kilometers long and covering the entire void. For a time, the spacetime of the dark starry sky was thrown into chaos, and it also disrupted the human experts' formation and rhythm. At the same time, within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram, although the battle was ongoing, the Human Tao Lord Conference did not disperse. Everyone was gathered here to discuss the situation of the battle. Given the strength of a Tao Lord, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness here would not affect the battle. We've already clashed with the Ghost Tao Lords. Just like the demons, they also have 1 Tier 8 cardinal treasure and 10 Tier 7 cardinal treasures. Ming Zun said in a low voice, "It seems that there really is a huge conspiracy behind this." Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had a solemn expression. "No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first." Ming Zun said, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. "Master, it's time for us to make our move. After probing for so long, we should have more or less figured out what they're hiding," Jiang Xi said with a smile. "Yes, let's make our move. We haven't even made our move yet." Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Miluo, and the other human experts all began to laugh as well, filled with eagerness. They all had Tier 7 cardinal treasures, but they hadn't unleashed the power of their Tier 7 cardinal treasures in their earlier battle against the demons. "Me too." Jiang Xi grinned. Earlier, he had only used a supportive technique. In terms of offense, he had only used a single attack lifespan cycle. It wasn't his most powerful attack either. Thus far, their squad had yet to unleash their full combat power. This was because everyone had predicted long ago that this war between the races would be very strange, and that there was something hidden behind it. Thus, they had come up with a strategy to counter it. They would first feign weakness, then figure out the situation before attacking with all their might. And now the time had come. Let's begin. Cripple them. Let the demons regret this. Kill. 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 Dao Lord Salsword, Dao Lord Salsword, Dao Lord Miluo, and the other human experts were all unable to hold themselves back. Off to the side, Mingzun's squad exchanged glances and smiled, their eyes filled with a strong desire to do battle. 9 firmaments and the others are about to go all out. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Everyone, let's not hold back anymore. Let's attack with all our might and wipe out the remaining forces of the ghost race. Mingzun said with a smile, attack first, then change later. Chapter 633. Humans, you will definitely lose this battle. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. He was wearing an 8th tier supreme treasure. Although it was an armor-type treasure, the power of the supreme treasure alone was enough to reach the limit of a Dao Lord. His 10 tails were like giant snakes covered in black armor. They danced in the air, disrupting spacetime and disrupting the formation and rhythm of Jiang Xi and the other human experts. As for the 15 Dao Lords, they were using all sorts of secret techniques, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Xi and the others. On the surface, the human Dao Lords were dodging the attacks of Empyrean Myriad Demon and the other Dao Lords. But in reality, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, Dao Lord Sword 1, and the others had already spread out and formed an encirclement. Everyone, are you ready? Dao Lord 9 Firmaments transmitted with his spiritual sense. Haha. I've been waiting for this moment. Cripple them in one fell swoop. Give them a good beating. The human Dao Lords watched as Empyrean Mini-Monster and the 15 monstrous Dao Lords wreaked havoc. None of them felt any fear at all. Instead, they felt exceptionally excited. Empyrean Demonphian's enormous body crushed through the starry skies as he crossed the void. His 10 enormous tails lashed out at Riverward, Dao Lord Nina Firmaments, Dao Lord Salsword, and the other human experts. The 15 monster Dao Lords surrounded him, simultaneously unleashing all sorts of attacks. All sorts of secret arts came crashing down on him, blotting out the skies. Master, get ready to begin. Jiang Xi's eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. Boom! As Jiang Xi cast his spell, the Mountain Sea spacetime descended once more. The massive projection of the world combined with this spacetime to form a powerful binding force and pressure, instantly imprisoning all the experts of the demon race. Stop struggling. It's useless. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared. His body trembled slightly as he broke through the Mountain Sea spacetime. That's enough. Jiang Xi did not care. His goal in using the spacetime domain was to interrupt this wave of attacks from the Dao Lords. It was enough to stop Empyrean Myriad Demon's attacks for even a millionth of a second. Kill. Dao Lord Nina Firmaments, Dao Lord Salsword, Dao Lord Everwall, Dao Lord Miluo, and the other human experts all attacked. Universe in the palm. Heaven-splitting sword. Sword master heaven and earth. Emperor descends to the heavens. One powerful secret art after another struck out towards Empyrean Demon Fiend. Every single one of them having the combat power of a supreme Dao Lord. This squad of human Dao Lords only had 8 7th-tier supreme treasures. Everyone else, however, had 2 or 3 6th-tier supreme treasures. Given that, their combat power was still at the very limits of power for Dao Lords. Almost at the same time, these mystic technique attacks enveloped Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon, whose body had shrunk to 100,000 kilometers long. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying power erupted, causing the starry skies to collapse. It even pierced through the barriers of the universe, causing the chaotic gray fog to pour out in torrents. Empyrean Demon Fiend was knocked flying by the attacks of so many supreme Dao Lords. Impossible! Where did you get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? 6th-tier supreme treasure. There are still 6th-tier supreme treasures. Empyrean Demon Fiend roared. It was fine if these humans didn't go all out, but when they did, it was like a thunderbolt, causing him to be both shocked and enraged. Just now, they had crushed the human experts. They thought that they had forced the humans to their limits and that victory was within their grasp. But they didn't expect that these humans had hidden far more tricks up their sleeves than they had imagined. They had a total of 8 7th-tier supreme treasures, and more than 36 tier supreme treasures. But then when he was sent flying and saw Jiang Xi attack, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. It turned out that the most terrifying person in this squad of human experts wasn't Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, but Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Empyrean Demon Fiend swung his 10 tails, trying his best to neutralize the attacks of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others. He wanted to charge back. However, Jiang Xi had already made his move. While Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others focused their attacks on Empyrean Demon Fiend, he pointed his longsword at the other Tao Lords. He slashed out with his sword. Sword light lit up, instantly slicing through the void. Then the light suddenly exploded, converging into a giant black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed within the black and white sphere. The black and white sphere was like a miniature universe that enveloped the 15 Tao Lords. Not good. This is break. Break it. The Tao Lords panicked. They could sense the aura of death descending and wanted to break the black and white sphere. However, Jiang Xi wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Mountain Sea Space-Time. At the same time, Jiang Xi used his powerful space-time domain to imprison all the Tao Lords. Right at that moment, poof, the black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A dazzling swordlight flashed and disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. It was the third stance of the Rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll. Jiang Xi's strongest move was used in actual combat for the first time. The black and white sphere exploded. Although the 15 Tao Lords saw the dark starry sky again, Chila, however, the extremely dazzling sword light had already passed through the bodies of every Tao Lord of the demon clan. It cut through the void and seemed to have left an indelible mark in the fourth universe. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. You killed a flood level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. Fear, pain, anger and so on. All sorts of furious roars came from the mouths of the Tao Lords. They looked at Jiang Xi in disbelief. The other experts in the outside world might not know what was going on in the black and white sphere, but they knew very well how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword strike first swept past the strongest Tao Lord Food Fiend, causing more than 20% of his indestructible substance to be instantly destroyed. One had to know that Tao Lord Food Fiend was wearing a grade 7 armor treasure. Even if Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Jiang Xi. Moreover, the damage caused by that sword strike was not limited to that. Immediately after, it swept past some of the weaker Tao Lords Cold Light and Xianfang. In an instant, 6 of the 15 Tao Lords died and 6 were seriously injured. The remaining 3 had grade 7 armor treasures and were only lightly injured. If there are a few more strikes, won't we all be wiped out by him? Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments isn't that terrifying. That sword strike is too powerful. When the sword light swept past me, it seemed like my grade 7 armor treasure was weakened by half. It directly destroyed nearly 30% of my indestructible substance. Too terrifying. Quick, escape from this place. Retreat, retreat. The remaining 9 Tao Lords were terrified. However, Jiang Xi was not satisfied with this sword strike. He shook his head. The suppression of the primal universe is too strong. If it was in the Chaos Sea, those 6 who were seriously injured would probably have died. Only the 3 monstrous Tao Lords who had 7th grade armor treasures would be able to survive this attack. If one strike isn't enough, I'll use 2. Jiang Xi's gaze was sharp and his killing intent was about to pour out. At that moment, the remaining 9 Tao Lords had already scattered and fled. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Everyone was in existence with endless lifespans and did not want to die just like that. Can you escape? With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the Mountain Sea Spacetime to descend once more. The enormous Heartworld projection carried with it an aura of infinite power that bound and bound the Tao Lords. Run! Heavenly Venerable, save us! Patriarch. The Tao Lords were terrified and their hearts were filled with hatred and confusion. They did not understand how this Tao Lord Mountain Sea could be so powerful. Weren't the laws of the primal universe the limit of Tao Lords? If Jiang Xi knew of their doubts, he would only scoff. This was because the limit of Tao Lords they knew was only the limit of attack power and not the true limit. In other aspects such as the body, primordial spirit, grotto heaven world, and so on, only when all these reached the limits of the primal universe could one be considered the true limit of Tao Lords. It could be said that in the entire Chaos Sea, even Jiang Xi himself had not reached the true limit of Tao Lords. This was because his grotto heaven world was still far from the limit of 10 billion light-years in diameter. At that time, he would be the true limit of Tao Lords. Even so, Jiang Xi's spacetime domain through his grotto heaven world was enough to crush these Tao Lords. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly venerable myriad demon roared from afar. However, many human experts led by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had joined forces to stop him, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Jiang Xi glanced from afar and waved the longsword in his hand lightly. Although it was only a grade 6 offensive treasure, it was enough for his attack to reach the limits of the primal universe. Whoosh! Endless sword light whistled and condensed into a black and white sphere. Like a miniature universe, it enveloped the remaining 9 Tao Lords. No! Stop it! Stop it! The stronger monstrous Tao Lords did their best to try and stop him. However, the black and white sphere exploded, producing a soul-stirring resplendent sword light that swept past the Tao Lords. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus the. You killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 6. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3. Instantly, the 6 severely injured Tao Lords lost their lives and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Humans, you deserve to die. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon, who was blocked by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and the others, was enraged when he saw this scene. He roared. This time it was Great Sky Supreme who took the initiative to find him and provide him with help, asking them to destroy the human race. Jiang Xi knew very well that no matter what conspiracy was behind this, it had to be related to the 8-cloud inheritance. Such a powerful and precious inheritance would definitely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. The humans would not only have to face the demon race and the ghost race. One had to know that the experts in the 4th universe were not only from the 3 peak races. Apart from not having any heavenly venerables, some of the top races' strength at the Tao Lord level was actually similar to that of the peak races. In addition, those heavenly venerables were definitely watching this battle. Once the humans showed signs of weakness in the battle just now, those experts and sects who were secretly watching from the sidelines would secretly watch. Then those forces and lone wolves who were spying in the dark would swarm over and divide the spoils of war, snatch the heritage of the human clan, and snatch the inheritance of 8 clouds. Since the human race's performance in the battle was so terrifying, those forces and experts in the dark would definitely continue to observe. This was the result that the 3 powerhouses of the human race, led by Tomorrow Venerable, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Jiang Xi, were looking forward to when they deployed this battle. As long as the humans were given a certain amount of time, a certain amount of breathing space, then anything was possible in the future. After all, Jiang Xi had already imparted the process of breaking through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate to every human Tao Lord. Perhaps at this critical moment Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shurzuan, and the other universe Tao Lords would break through. Once they broke through to become Heavenly Venerates, the human race would become even stronger. When my true body refines Mount Xianhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm. At that time the current situation of our race will also change. Jiang Xi thought to himself. First released, then changed. Chapter 634. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lords of the human race communicated the results of the 2 battlefields through the spirit bodies they left behind. It's a pity that we don't have a killer weapon like Jiang Xi in our team. We only killed 6 ghost Dao Lords, Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. In front of the huge stone table, everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. If Venerable Ming's humble words were heard by the ghost and demon race, their essence souls would probably disintegrate from anger. In the original universe, it was already very rare to kill a Dao Lord. Killing 6 of them at once was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. However, although we've won the first battle, it's not time for us to relax yet. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments said slowly with a solemn expression. Yes, we have to cultivate harder. The danger is not over yet. We have to be extra careful. If we survive this, our human race will become even stronger. The human experts present were all filled with a sense of urgency. From the human race in the second and third universes being almost wiped out to the demons and ghost race suddenly joining forces to attack the humans in the fourth universe. Behind this series of events, there seemed to be a huge hand controlling everything. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming Ming, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts believed that even if the demons and ghost race were crippled, things would not end so simply. In the fourth universe, the demons and ghost race were not the only ones that could threaten the human race. After all, the heaven-earth laws of the original universe limited the combat strength of Dao Lords. Even if some top races did not have heavenly venerables, their strength at the Dao Lord level was not inferior to the top races. For example, the top race close to the human race, the Gold Race. The patriarch of this race, Dao Lord Qilong, was a top universe realm Dao Lord and was also one of the top experts in the fourth universe. Furthermore, the number of Dao Lords in this race had reached 10. In addition, apart from those top races, there were also heavenly venerables who wanted to take a share of the profits from the human race. Perhaps they did not have the goal of destroying the human race. Instead, they were here for the 8 Clouds legacy and wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate to eternity. However, as long as they made a move, it would be enough to bring about a devastating blow to the human race. Among the lone celestial venerables, only Senior Qingshi and Celestial Venerable Lu have a good relationship with me. However, in front of the Eternal, I don't know if these friendships are reliable. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the face of such a great opportunity, it was hard to say what their personal relationship would be. No matter what Senior Qingshi's goal is, he has a deep relationship with our Earth lineage after all, and he has always been protecting Jiang Dudu. If he needs a way to cultivate to the Eternal Realm, I can give him a portion of the inheritance information. Perhaps he can help the human race. Riverward calculated in his heart. In addition to Purple Firmament Empyrean, who was permanently suppressed, there were a total of 11 Empyrean powerhouses in Universe 4. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one, while the other 8 were lone travelers. However, to really calculate, the one that Jiang Xi could not see through the most was Empyrean Bluestone. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qingshi's figure had appeared more or less in everything that had happened on Earth. To be precise, it seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qingshi's existence could be found in the trajectory of his growth. No matter what, Senior Qingshi has not shown any malice toward me or Jiang Dudu. From the current situation, he is trustworthy. Jiang Xi thought. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yen Du's spiritual consciousness gathered again in a silent void, turning into a giant beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails, and a green-faced, red-gold ghost with fangs. This time, the Empyreans of the 2 pinnacle races were silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy, and there was anger that they wanted to vent but had nowhere to vent. Compared to the lone celestial venerables, they had the ties of their races, so they usually had a lot of considerations when doing things. If they were the kind of loners with no ties, then they wouldn't have cared about this loss at all. The demon tribe has suffered heavy losses. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice was hoarse. The same goes for the ghost tribe. I still don't understand why the humans have so many 7th grade supreme treasures and 6th grade supreme treasures. Empyrean Yendu gritted his teeth. They should have obtained it from the 8 Clouds inheritance. We were too careless. We thought that with the support of the Great Sky Sacred Land we could crush the humans. Who would have thought? Empyrean Myriad Demon's tone was very bitter originally. We thought that with the many 7th grade supreme treasures and the 2 8th grade supreme treasures, we would be able to destroy the upper echelons of the humans in one fell swoop. Now, it seems that the strength of our two races alone is far from enough. We have to rely on the top races that are subordinate to our races, Emperor Yendu said in a low voice. It's impossible to make those top races fight to the death without benefits. Empyrean Myriad Demon snorted coldly. There's no other way. At most, we can give them some information about the Eight Clouds' inheritance after we destroy the humans. The top races do not have Empyreans, so even if they have many Tao Lords, they will be easy to control. The most important thing now is to destroy the humans. Otherwise, if they use the Eight Clouds' inheritance to cultivate more Tao Lords and Empyrean powerhouses, we will have no chance. That's all we can do. The monsters and ghosts each had their own subordinate races, forming two major factions. Of course, the humans had their own subordinate races as well. For example, the Tao Alliance was essentially a faction with the humans at its core. However, this was only the beginning stages of this war. So the three peak races had yet to mobilize the power of their subordinate races. This was because those who could participate in this war would first have to be the Tao Lords of their subordinate races. However, those Tao Lords were no fools. They would not be willing to be cannon fodder. If there were no benefits, they would not take the risk at all. In the beginning, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yendu had thought that victory was in their hands. After they destroyed the humans, there was no need to share the benefits with their subordinate races. However, the results of this war forced the two Empyreans to change their plans. They immediately began to rope in the top races with Tao Lords. Their attempts to rope in those races quickly received a response. For example, on the side of the monsters, the top races that were originally subordinate to the monsters sent a representative to speak with Empyrean Myriad Demon. Empyrean Myriad Demon, the results of this war have already spread. That human is extremely strong. As for us, many of the top races only have 1 or 2 or 3 Tao Lords. No matter who dies, it will be a disaster for that race. We have no choice but to be cautious. Thus, if you want us to participate in this war, you have to agree to 4 conditions. Speak, Empyrean Myriad Demon said. First, if we participate in this war, we have to stay together. We cannot be separated. Second, if any of us die, the monsters have to treat their race well. Their race's territory cannot be reduced, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere with their race's development. Third, after the war ends, if you are able to acquire the Eight Clouds legacy from the humans, we don't ask for much. We only ask for the legacy and cultivation insights of an Empyrean. Fourth, if the monsters are able to establish a Holy Land universe in the future, they have to leave 10% of the space for us, the top races that are subordinate to them. Clearly, these subordinate races had long since communicated with each other. They had carefully considered the conditions they offered, and none of them had been greedy enough to ask for too much. For example, they only asked for the inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse. For them, as long as their race could produce an Empyrean powerhouse, then their race would have the foundation to become a top race. I can agree to these conditions, Empyrean Myriad Demon agreed after thinking for a while. On the other side, the ghost race tried to rope in their subordinate races, but the response they received was similar. In short, the second action of the two pinnacle races caused many of the top races in Universe 4 to join this unprecedented race war. In the human race's territory, there were tens of billions of humans living on an ordinary planet with life. Above the planet's land and sea, there were floating immortal islands. On the ground, there were towering skyscrapers that reached into the clouds. A technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper, whoosh! A blurry figure gradually condensed into a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes glowed and each light seemed to contain a universe. He waved his hand and 3 figures appeared behind him. One was a rock lifeform as tall as a mountain, one was a cute little yellow beast, and the last was a strange lifeform whose entire body was covered in flames. They faintly emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Patriarch. The 3 Tao Lords bowed respectfully towards him. Let's stay on this planet for the time being, the young man said softly. This time, the monster race suffered a great loss, and the ghost race also suffered heavy losses. Next, these two races will definitely do their best to rope in those top races. Then they will regroup and start an even greater race war. However, with so many races, it should take some time to integrate. And those lone Empyrean powerhouses who were originally ready to make a move in the dark will probably hesitate after this battle. This way, the human race will have a chance to catch their breath. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to his three subordinates. In the end, he shook his head. They are really a plate of loose sand. Thus, at the very beginning, the human race hadn't even bothered to invite the Tao Lords of their vassal races. Now, however, things were different. The human race's first great victory had given the vassal races of the Tao Alliance a reassurance, allowing them to see the true strength of the human race. Now, if we count the Tao Lords of the Tao Alliance as well as the 100 or so new Tao Lords who have joined us, we'll be able to deal with them. Even if the Monster Alliance and the Ghost Alliance are able to rope in a large number of supreme races, we'll still have a fighting chance. The only thing I'm worried about is those lone Empyrean powerhouses. If they act against the human race as well, the situation will be very bad, Zhang Xi said softly. Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Longwall frowned as well. This was a major problem. More than a month had passed since the conclusion of the first battle, but not a single lone Empyrean had been willing to join the human alliance. In the primal universe, Empyreans were experts who were capable of holding their own. If the human race only had a single Empyrean, while the enemy had 8 or 10, the human race would definitely be at a major disadvantage. The enemy would only need to send out a single Empyrean to tie down Empyrean, allowing the other Empyreans to attack with impunity and deal a heavy blow to the human race, just as Zhang Xi, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and Tao Lord Longwall were discussing. Suddenly, Zhang Xi waved his hand and produced an azure stone medallion. Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Longwall both watched curiously. A look of delight appeared on Zhang Xi's face. He raised his head and said, "Seventh Senior Apprentice Brother Chongyun, I have something I need to do. If I can take care of it, it'll be of tremendous help to us in this war. If there's anything urgent you need, you can send me a message." "All right. Hurry up and go," Tao Lord Mi Luo said with a laugh. "It'll be of help to the war between the races? Hurry up and go," Tao Lord Longwall urged. Zhang Xi nodded. He immediately teleported to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's teleportation platform, then teleported back to Earth. A month ago, after the conclusion of that battle, he had contacted Empyrean Bluestone. Now this mysterious existence had finally replied, requesting to meet him on Earth. Sent first, then changed later. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.